only 14. And now this looks like another series that, especially with another superstar out, looks to be over.
Yeah, especially because it feels too little too late. The Warriors kind of had to win one of these games to buy themselves some extra time so Steph Curry could get back on the court. But instead, it's the Timberwolves who looked like the much better team, and they are, top to bottom. And I want to take a second again to shout out Julius Randle, another consistent performance, because everybody's going to talk about Anthony Edwards, the next face of the NBA, and he certainly deserves his flowers for that because he has some electric plays, including that buzzer beater before the half. But Julius Randle's really been the most consistent player in this series. You mentioned he had 31 points in this one, and it feels like he has been their go-to number 2, even though he led all scorers last night. So Julius Randle, what a postseason. This is what he brings to the table when he can stay healthy.
Yeah. I mean, he's been a great acquisition for the Timberwolves, has fit in very nicely, not only throughout the season, but during this series as well. We now know Steph Curry is not going to play in Game 5. That is tomorrow night in Minneapolis. The Timberwolves laying 11.5 points. So clearly that is built into the number. If you're curious, right now the series price at BetMGM, the T-Wolves are minus 5,000. The Warriors plus 1,500. Man, Golden State winding things down without Steph. Same thing looks to be happening in Boston. And man, just not how you want the playoffs to go with a couple of superstars not able to be on their respective teams. Coming up next year on the show, Bengals All-Pro Trey Hendrickson is looking for a new contract, but he's being ghosted by his own team. Football news coming your way next. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, and it is great to have you with us on a Tuesday morning. Come on back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show on a Tuesday. Oh, it's only Tuesday. I'm there. It's okay. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Good morning. Michael Jenkins, Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show. Yeah, we'll talk some football news. The Bengals and their star defensive end continue finding themselves in a standoff. 10 paces, turn around, fire your gun. We'll see who's left standing. When's the last time you had a standoff with someone? Could be maybe in TV. When back in the local TV days when you were negotiating a new contract, or maybe you were negotiating with Jake on something, some sort of compromise in the household. When's the last time you had a good old-fashioned standoff with someone where you just held your ground and you waited to see what was going to happen?
I don't think I've ever had a standoff. Like, have you had a contract standoff? Like, I haven't had that many contract negotiations, but I feel like since I'm not negotiating for millions of dollars, it's never really been that serious.
Yeah.
Like, what about you?
I've never really had a standoff. I've had a couple of interesting situations. The first one got destroyed. It was when I was in my first job, and I was trying to go to work in Tyler, Texas. And Tyler was, I don't know what market it was. It was market 100 and something. But it was an upgrade because I was making $13,500 a year salary. So anything above the poverty line would have been great. I remember getting an offer in Tyler, Texas, and they offered me a 2-year contract. And it was like it was nothing. It was like, hey, we'll give you 19 the first year and 20 grand the second year. And I was like, but remember when no outs were a thing, or you could negotiate for outs? Like, okay, I can have a top 10 market out or a top 30 market out. And I said, okay. I said, that sounds good. I want a 1 market out. I said, I want to be able to go to Austin if I get an offer in Austin because I went to school at Texas. I know people down there. It's market 65. It's not some sort of crazy ask. At the time it was. And they said, no, you're being selfish. We're pulling the offer. I was like, whew. Like that. Like just asking for something. They were like, immediately, they were like, done. No thanks. So that didn't work out in my favor.
Well, that's the thing in like local TV, because so many people want those jobs that it's just on to the next, right? Like they feel like you're so replaceable. Nobody feels unique or special. And looking back, it does feel odd to me that they make you all get like the same haircut and wear all the same things because you're replaceable. So I felt like that was kind of the base of it, because you don't have any negotiating power. You're like, hey, no, I don't want this deal. They're like, all right, cool. We'll go on to the next person who's willing to accept, $14,000 because those jobs were so popular.
Oh, it's so true. But it did work out because I ended up going to Boise, Idaho. And 6-7 months later, I got a job in Austin. So had I not, had I stayed in Tyler and taken that job without the out that I'd asked for, I would have been stuck in Tyler. Nothing against Tyler, which is a beautiful city. But I ended up working in Austin, so it worked out for me. The other time was when I was at NBC, and they asked me, oddly enough, to do a sports betting show. And I was like, no. They were like, what? I was like, no. I just started a new show like 6 months ago. You guys told me I was going to lose my job, but I didn't make it work. Like, I just made a new show work. I'm not interested in trying to make a new show work. And they're like, what are you talking about? I was like, they were like, this is NBC. I was like, I know it's NBC. I was like, but I'm fine. Like, I'm fine here in DC. I love DC. I'm not interested in trying something new with no guarantees. So anyway, I got called into an office with a great guy, by the way, which I won't mention his name on the air, but they sat me down. They're like, okay, what do you want? I was like, I want some loyalty. And they were like, what? They couldn't believe the answer, loyalty. It was just like mind blowing to them. They were like, what? I was like, yeah, like I'm working on these 1-year deals. Like I never know whether I'm going to have this job. I'd like some loyalty. I've been here for a long time. I'd like you guys to commit to maybe trying to make something work, and I'll work with you, but I want some loyalty. And they were like, so this is not a money play. I was like, this is not a money play. I'd like some loyalty. And they were like, oh. And so anyway, we worked it out. I got a longer deal, and I ended up taking the job. But it was not me trying to scratch and claw for more cash. It was just like when you're on this roller coaster and you've been in the business for a long time and you're tired of sort of remaking yourself every 6 months to a year. Like, I was exhausted. I was like, I don't want to do this again. I mean, I ended up doing it, but for a while there, I was like, God, again? No thanks.
Right. And I mean, there's another way to frame it. And you just say, hey, I want stability. I don't want to have to sign a new lease for what, a year? Like, hey, another 1-year lease.
Right.
No, you want to stay somewhere and put down roots. And I think especially for these people who work really hard, yourself included, you deserve that. You deserve that peace of mind to say, hey, I'm going to work in the same spot for, I don't know, 2 to 3 years. It's not a crazy ask.
Oh, for sure. And 6 months earlier, they're like, hey, we're not renewing your contract. But we'll give you a new show if it works. Maybe we'll keep you around. I was like, awesome. That guy didn't last.
Great. Thanks.
Yeah, I was like, thanks. I appreciate it. So, I mean, it's kind of like the PTSD. I'm like, do you guys remember a conversation I had with this guy 6 months ago? Does anyone remember that? Mm-hmm. So anyway, it worked out okay, but it wasn't really a standoff so much as it was just these interesting situations that you find yourself in. And I know that that's not necessarily specific to broadcasting, but sometimes it is. Sometimes it gets kind of a little wonky like that. It's not like the NFL. I mean, I would be happy to be like, hey, I'm 30. I've signed a 4-year, $60 million contract, but I'm looking for more. That's where Trey Hendrickson finds himself. I don't necessarily blame him because Trey Hendrickson has been an absolute just baller in Cincy for the past couple of seasons, led the NFL last year with 17.5 sacks. So he has been looking for a new deal. This is the final year of his deal, his current deal in Cincinnati. Again, 4 years, $60 million. He signed that back in 2021. He released a statement to Adam Schefter at ESPN yesterday saying this: rather than using collaboration to get us to a point to bring me home to the team, they, as in the Bengals, are no longer communicating. I have been eagerly awaiting a resolution to this situation, but it's hard to do when there is no discussion and an evident lack of interest in reaching mutual goals. So remember, last month it was Katie Blackburn, who is a Bengals executive, and I think it was on Pat McAfee. She came out and she said, I think maybe Trey should be happy at certain rates that he's at. And so this feels like a situation. If your own team is ghosting you, pretty good sign that this is a negotiation that probably isn't going to go anywhere. It feels like, at least at this point, and these things can always evolve, that Trey Hendrickson will have to play out this final year of his contract and then try to move on.
Right. So I don't think his team's necessarily ghosting him because he's still on a deal. Because let's take the specifics out for just a minute. If somebody still has a year left on their contract and you say, hey, we're not going to negotiate a new deal until the current deal is officially over, like, it makes logical sense. Like, I understand where the team is coming from, but here's where it's different. In this line of work, in professional sports, the window is extremely tight for these guys to get their money. And when you have a guy who's been as consistent as Trey Hendrickson has been, and somebody who led the NFL in sacks last year, he feels entitled to more money, and justifiably so. He's sitting outside the top 10 in, I think, AAV for guys who play his position. So I think it's one of those things where you want some sort of guarantee that, say next year he gets hurt. It would suck, knock on wood, hope it doesn't happen, but you want something to show for your career year that you just had in Cincinnati. And hey, I will say down the road, if Cincinnati tries to re-sign him, which I don't know if they have enough money because they've had to pay a lot of guys on that roster, he's probably not going to choose Cincinnati. And if you look at other free agents who are, looking at destinations, Cincinnati is not going to be an attractive destination for some of these guys who are looking at this current contract dispute.
Yeah, Bengals are currently 2-1 to win the division, right behind the Ravens at -135. You know who needs an edge? Washington Commanders. They could use an edge. But how do you feel? Let me ask you quickly. So, it doesn't have to be quick. Let me ask you quickly. Give me 20 seconds. But he's 30. That's he's not a young buck. He's not old. He's kind of right there in the, can this continue? How would you feel if it's certainly money dependent. Commanders have money to spend. But is it, hey, we're going after the big name? Or is it, hey, this would be huge for this defense?
That's why the Bengals have all of the leverage.
Right.
Because there are not a lot of teams that are going to give up assets and then give up $30 million for the next 3 or 4 years for a guy that's 30. Now, I think 30 is relatively young as someone that turns 30 in literally 2 weeks. I think it's a very young age.
Yeah.
But in the NFL, it's not. Your athleticism goes down, strength might go down, and all of these young guys coming from college where they're all young and spry might be able to take advantage of you. I would love it if Trey Hendrickson is a member of the Commanders. I just don't know that they're going to give up assets and then give up $30 million for him.
I think that's exactly it. Like the price, I think what he wants, I understand why he wants it, and he's been awesome the past couple seasons. He has been as good as anyone in the league coming off the edge. There's no question about it. But at his age and the money that he wants, that's a very dicey thing, particularly if you're a young team like the Commanders, for example, or another young team that wants to build. You kind of don't want to just throw money at a solution if you're not going to get the long-term play that you need. If we're talking about 2 or 3 seasons ago, this is a different conversation, which is the way things go in the NFL.
Yeah, and especially for a team that's so top heavy, because if they weren't paying, Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and Joe Burrow, maybe the discussion would be a little different. But here's the other thing. Their defense as a whole has been so bad. So it almost feels like throwing a stone into the ocean where it's like, hey, here's Trey Hendrickson. He's great. But what is the rest of the defense doing? Look at their numbers last year. How many points did they score a game? And yet they still didn't make it to the postseason. So I think maybe there are other things that go into this that are very team specific.
No, I agree as well. So we'll see if there's any movement whatsoever. As for now, it just looks like he'll have to bring his lunch pail to work and maybe earn a new deal after the season. Whether or not he gets what he wants, we'll see what the market bears here. And we still have plenty of time. That's the thing about it. We're still talking about May. A lot of time before now and fall camp. Let's check in on the Brownies, shall we? We haven't talked about Shedeur Sanders in a while, though this isn't really about Shedeur. Let's focus on the other rookie quarterback in Cleveland, a man drafted before Shedeur Sanders, Dillon Gabriel, who says he is embracing the team's quarterback room. So, of course, he was asked about Shedeur, what you knew was going to happen no matter where Shedeur went. And Gabriel says this, I love it. I love it because of who it is. You can learn from one another, but it's not just us two in the locker room. What a fascinating quarterback room right now. Dillon Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders, Kenny Pickett, and Joe Flacco. Oh, and by the way, Deshaun Watson's around there somewhere. He's not going to play. I didn't even put him in there. What a waste. Swing and a miss. Didn't work out.
Ugh.
I don't know who the Browns are going to start at quarterback. It could honestly be Joe Flacco. I'm not even kidding. It could absolutely be Joe Flacco.
I think that's why they brought him in, especially at the start of the year, because this is when the veterans on these short-term deals really make sense because they already know the flow of the game. They understand, the little things that go into preparing for an NFL game. And I think it's kind of a tough go for some of these rookies. I do appreciate some of the, the coach speak in essence that Dillon Gabriel is, pouring out here. What else is he going to say? No, I'm not embracing the team's quarterback room. Of course he's going to say this. But I will say I did like one of the quotes from Shedeur Sanders in this article where, they interviewed all the quarterbacks. And I think my favorite one was Shedeur Sanders saying, this is not about proving other people wrong. It's more about proving myself right. And this is not about them. It is me versus me and trying to put out the best product that I can possibly bring to the table. And it's not about other people. I think that is a great way to look at his draft situation.
Oh, I agree. You were talking about broadcasting earlier. I feel like broadcasting is very much the same way in that, people, or in a lot of sports, people like to create this, it's this person versus this person, but ultimately, like my preparation or anyone else's preparation or Shedeur Sanders' preparation, it's independent of Dillon Gabriel's preparation, right? Like Shedeur Sanders is not going to watch Dillon Gabriel and be like, maybe I'll start throwing the ball like Dillon does. Do you know what I mean? He's his own quarterback. Yeah. He controls his own preparation. He can't control the decisions that the coaches make, but ultimately he's not going to alter his play style based on, now maybe he'll learn something along the way. That's a lot different. But the idea that, I'll watch some tape on Kenny Pickett first, and then once I do that, then I'll decide how I'm going to perform today. That's just not how things work. And I think that's absolutely the right mentality to have, which is, okay, I just have to focus on me and do my thing.
Yeah, and I think that's the way for most of us in all walks of life is all you can do is bring the best version of yourself to the table every single day. But we've seen quarterbacks in the past who have made a note of like mentioning all the teams that didn't draft him. And so like he could have gone that route. And, we've seen that time and time again where famously quarterbacks like hold a grudge against certain teams. So I don't know if this is his own like mental, note that he made to himself or if somebody else kind of pointed him in this direction. But I do feel like at least he has a good head on his shoulders for this situation.
Yeah, did you wake up this morning and say, let me see what everyone else is doing? Did I do that? No, I was like, I'll give a 6 today. 6 out of 10. We'll see how it goes. It's a Tuesday. Coming up next on the show. Oh, if you like football, you'll absolutely love murder. Find out what everyone is watching in my streaming corner. It is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Tuesday. Good morning. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up, yeah, it's a Tuesday, which means we will take a trip to my streaming corner. Every day on this show, I'm going to keep a grocery tracker. I've been saying for 2 weeks we need groceries at home. I still haven't gotten them yet. Still. The lovely Catherine is amazing. And there are times when the fact that we're so similar is incredible. But then also the downside is that because we're the same, like we're always watching true crime, and we've always been talking about, or are always talking about, how we need groceries. That's been like a 2.5 week thing. Last night we decided, let's not spend the extra money. Let's not order groceries. Let's just whip up something that we can find. So we found some macaroni shells and we found some ground beef in the refrigerator or in the freezer that we thawed out. And so it was like hamburger helper. We just put it all together. And we're like, what are we doing? We can afford some groceries. We should order them. We should go get them. And it was fine. It was delicious. I enjoyed it. But man, our propensity to be able to procrastinate when it comes to things like this is pretty impressive, I have to say.
I feel like that goes out of line with what I would expect from you. We've been doing the show together for quite a while, and I feel like you are somebody who usually gets things done. I feel like you have a checklist, and you are very on top of things. So why is it groceries? Is this the only thing in your life that you're not on top of? Because usually during the show you'll have things delivered, or you're on top of it. It's just, again, it just doesn't go in line with your character. I'm kind of surprised.
Yeah, I kind of am too. Well, yeah, I'm an inbox zero guy.
Right.
Everything is always organized. Mm-hmm. When something needs to be done, I handle it immediately. I don't put anything off. Handled. Bro. I think what it is that because we get groceries delivered, which is, I don't like going to the grocery store, and neither does Catherine, but it is a process, right? And usually I'm at home, and it's not that I necessarily have to have Catherine's help, but it's, hey, we got a ton of groceries here, so this is going to be a good hour and a half for me to put everything away the way it needs to be put away.
Yeah.
It does, between ordering, going down, bringing, because, I live in the city, we're bringing the bags up the steps, and then, putting everything away, and then taking all maybe some old food or old garbage bags, whatever, putting those out in the trash because I just want to get it all done. I think it's the dread of saying, all right, I'm going to have to carve out at least minimum an hour here and do all of that. And when I'm like, or I can just order DoorDash and get a sandwich delivered. It's that convenience versus what's right there in front of me. So at some point this week, we are really going to do it, but I think that's what it is.
I think we all have something like this. Personally for me, it's laundry. It's not that laundry is hard. It's just, I don't want to do it and I hate it. And doesn't that lie at the center of procrastination? It's always stuff you don't want to do. So I think you just put it off because you don't want to do it. So I am not like that with groceries. I don't think I can be, because I have a 5-year-old that needs to eat. And she's very picky. I can't just DoorDash things because she would complain about it the whole time. But I think that's probably at the heart of the issue, is these are things that are inconvenient and that we don't like doing. So are you a laundry person? Do you put this off like me?
No, my laundry's done. My laundry is totally done, put away. Even Catherine will throw her stuff in the dryer, and I'll fold her laundry. So I get all that done. It's just the grocery thing. That's it.
Huh. See, I'm laundry and you're groceries. Because for groceries, I don't mind going to the grocery store, but you're right. Putting away groceries, sneaky, takes forever.
Yes.
I even put music on while I do it to try to make it a little more enjoyable, just because it is just so time consuming and just tedious.
Exactly.
It's mindless.
It's just mindless. No, that's exactly what it is. So I don't know what I'm going to eat today, but I can tell you some of the stuff that we're going to be watching.
What are you watching?
We enter Jenks Streaming Corner, where Jenks and Chelsea tell you what should and should not be streaming here on the Daily Tip.
What are you watching?
Ah, yes. Thank you, Double T. Guess what I watched on Netflix? Documentary. It was about murder. A Deadly American Marriage. So it's about an Irish man. His name is Jason Corbett. And he marries an American girl. Her name is Molly Martins, who had become his au pair after his first wife died. And so this woman meets him in Ireland. They end up getting married. He ends up dying. His family says it's murder. His wife says it's self-defense. But I'm not going to recommend this one. It's a very fascinating story, and it's only like an hour and 20 minutes, so it's very quick, which I like, because I hate it when they just draw these things out forever. But one thing I did not like is how it's a little disingenuous in how the story is told. Like, they do this thing where instead of telling the story as it happens in sort of a linear way, they're like, let's go ahead and tell one side of the story and make you think something is one way. Now let's tell another side of the story and make you think it's another way. And then you can kind of decide, like, at the end what you think. But it's kind of a crazy case. And I kind of think that Molly Martins is crazy. That's what I think. But you can decide for yourself if you just... It's not a bad watch. I didn't like the way they told the story. The story itself is pretty incredible. I feel really bad for those kids. But I don't like the way that the story was told, even though it's a fascinating story, if that makes sense. So that was the latest for me.
Yeah, sometimes it feels like they try to frame it too many ways when, like, the story itself was good. I think we've had this complaint about some other things that you've watched. I'm trying to think, like, who were the people in California, like the brothers? Was it the Melendez or Menendez?
Oh, the Menendez
or something?
brothers, yeah.
Didn't you have like the same complaint? That it was like a good story and the way they told it was just too much?
It was way, way over the top. Like, it was overacted, and they just drew it out. Like, it was clear that, look, this was going to be a big series for them, so let's draw this out as long as we can. And look, it's a fascinating story. There are tons of facets to it, but in an effort to tell it differently, it was too bombastic. Like, after a while, it's like, okay, like, I get it, but you guys you're making this just what's the right word? Bombastic is a pretty good one, but it was so egregious in how they told everything. I find it was just like, all right, I'm checking out here. I'd rather watch the actual documentary as opposed to how you're trying to tell the story.
Right, and it didn't need it. Like, it was already a good story, and it didn't need all that extra fluff. Sounds like something the NFL would do. Oh, schedule release day. We're going to tell you the date of the schedule release. All right, NFL, we get it. You don't need to fluff up the NFL. We're going to be watching no matter, how bad the teams are. And even if you give us the Cowboys on opening day, which, come on, man. Right. I think, let me ask you this, because I just watched a murder mystery. I think that would be the genre of it. So I watched Another Simple Favor, starring Blake Lively, Anna Kendrick. And I did really like the first one. But the second one kind of feels in line with what you've been saying about some of these other shows, is that it feels too over the top. Like, have you ever watched a murder mystery and it's just like, there's too many twists and turns, and it's like too like crazy of a plot line where it's like, oh, not only does she have a twin, she has, well, I don't want to ruin it. But it's like, there's always something else that goes to the higher level. Like, I remember this is why I stopped watching Grey's Anatomy, because in like season 10 or whatever, it was like, oh, not only is she pregnant, it's so-and-so's love child. And then he dies. It's just, do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
To where it's almost like a soap opera where everything is just crazy. They've got an evil twin. She's pregnant. Somebody died. It's somebody's love child that turned out to be, in the family all along. So it was one of those things where it just felt like it was too many twists and turns, where it was like, all right, you lost me.
Oh, I love Anna Kendrick. So I watched A Simple Favor a few weeks ago, but I have not seen another.
One?
I haven't. Okay. I watched the original just randomly. I was like, this actually looks pretty good. I'm like, Anna Kendrick, this looks decent. I'll watch it, whatever. And it was good. I was like, oh, it's pretty good, which is normally not something I would watch, but it was good. But I have seen Another Simple Favor like plastered everywhere. just like watch this, but I haven't seen it. So it's interesting to hear you say that, because I will watch something, and sometimes you have to have sort of that suspension of disbelief, right? But when it comes to stuff like this, I do want to see some sort of plausibility. You know, like, okay, like when you take it too far, it's like, okay, guys, like, fine, but this, I don't believe any of this.
Right. I think it's because they went to like that top gear in the first one. Like the first one had a lot of things were kind of crazy, but you were like, okay, this is the first installment. So then the second one had to go to another gear, and it was just way too much. So I feel like if you lower your expectations, like I think the acting is still good. Like it's not on the actors. I feel like it's on the writing that just, it's not for me. But if you want to see a continuation of those two characters, both Blake Lively and Anna Kendrick, I feel like nail their roles. Because, like, the thing is, now that we're hearing about Blake Lively, I don't think that she needs to act too much. Like, did you have that feeling when you watched, like, A Simple Favor? Like, that was the role that she was born to play.
Yeah, I mean, this is perfect for you. She's like, I'm going to ad-lib everything. I don't even need a script. Just put me on set and let me go. Yeah, I was sort of watching it from that narrative. I was like, oh, this is just right up your alley. This is perfect. Denton, do you have anything that we should be watching?
Well, I just recently started watching the Japanese version of Dragon Ball Daima.
Oh my gosh.
No audience there? Nothing? No, I didn't know.
And
Netflix
that's enough from Denton.
I didn't know Netflix had the Japanese version, but they do.
I don't even know what that is. Am I out of it? Am I old? I have no idea.
You familiar with Dragon Ball Z?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like another version of
Oh,
that.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay, that makes sense.
That's like what kids would get bullied over in high school, where I went to school.
I would do the bullying over that. That's how we did it.
Yeah. The bullier.
My best
As
friend
opposed to bully.
used to be into Sailor Moon, and everybody would make fun of her. Do you remember Sailor Moon? It was like the female version of Dragon Ball Z.
Sailor Moon. I do remember that. Man, well, I don't know if I'm going to watch either of those. I can't. I don't know. That's I got to think about another Simple Favor first, and then I'll move on to the next one. Hey, coming up next, the GOAT of pro basketball is returning, but this time in a different way. We're going to talk about tonight's playoff matchups and the new role for Michael Jordan. That is coming up next. Hour 2, the Daily Tip is on the way on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Network. It's time for The Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Hour 2 of the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. And over the next hour, here is what's on tap. We'll start in the NBA as we run down the betting options for Cavs, Pacers, Nuggets, Thunder. Are the Pacers still being undervalued? And at 7:20, we go to baseball. Can Max Fried improve to a blistering 7-0 this year with the Yankees? At 7:40, we go to what's going on in hockey. Maybe we'll ask Jenks about his Caps, or maybe we won't, judging by that score. It's all next on the Daily Tip. All right, so let's start this hour with some big news for NBA fans. The GOAT is officially returning to the NBA, not on the court, but in the broadcast booth. NBC has announced that Michael Jordan will join as a special contributor to their coverage in 2025. Now, we don't know exactly what that means, but Jenks, I feel like this is huge. Michael Jordan has been somewhat reclusive in his, assignments with the media. He has not been somebody who is on all over every broadcast, much like other superstars. So what was your first reaction when you saw this? I'm not going to lie, I was kind of shocked.
Yeah, I was too. I think MJ is someone who doesn't need to prove anything and who enjoys the time he has earned on his own. I also think too, and this is just pure speculation on my part, I think Michael Jordan's legacy is something that is obviously very important to him. I think there's a reason why that Netflix released The Last Dance when they did, because LeBron was close to winning another title. It was kind of around that time. And I think he kind of wants to remind people that he's still Michael Jordan. You know what I mean? Now, for people who are older like me, it's like, of course. But the younger generation, their GOAT is Kobe or their GOAT is LeBron. I don't think that settles well with Michael Jordan, knowing his competitive nature. And I think that, A, he loves the game, but B, it will allow him to sort of say, you know what? I was associated with the NBA on NBC. I mean, I watched that growing. It was Bulls games all of the time, and sort of reintroduce himself to maybe a younger generation in some way. So I think maybe that's part of it as well.
I think that's a really good theory. And I think that's a nicer one than some of the ones that have been thrown around, because I'll say this, and maybe it's not very nice. I thought to myself, okay, what type of money trouble is he in where he has to sign up for this and get paid to be on broadcast? Because it just doesn't feel like something that he wants to do. But protecting his legacy, like, that feels like a really good one to throw out there and say, hey, this is something that makes sense for Michael Jordan, somebody who is competitive to a fault. And you're right about legacy, because it does feel like people are always wanting the next big thing. They don't even want to focus on like the current face of the NBA. We want who's next. Because think about how people treat LeBron James these days.
Yeah.
Somebody who is maybe not even in the prime of his career, but still putting up massive numbers for someone his age. And it feels like we already want to talk about somebody else, does it not? Like, we already want to talk about Anthony Edwards and Luka Doncic, and LeBron James is still here. So when you're talking about somebody like Michael Jordan, I feel like that is a very salient point that I think people need to be reminded of him. But do you think this will make him a good broadcaster? Because I think this is one of the things that kind of goes against somebody like Tom Brady, is that he does like to remind people of how good he was on a football field. Yeah. And we get it. You don't have to say it. And sometimes, I'm not going to say it takes away from the broadcast, but like, that's not what the broadcast is about. So let me ask you, do you think Michael Jordan is going to be good from a broadcasting standpoint?
I think if they use him in the right way. And first of all, I just have to say, if you think Jordan is doing this for money, like, that might be the dumbest. I'm not saying you are thinking that, But anyone who thinks that, he's a billionaire a couple times over, easy. Like, he doesn't need the money. But I do think that what they'll do, I don't think personally MJ would be good as an analyst, and I don't think he wants to be an analyst, because remember, they were very sort of nebulous in how they announced this. I think what they'll do is it will be probably pre-taped segments where it's either Jordan reminiscing, maybe he's giving a certain perspective based on his own experiences. Maybe it's him talking with some of the guys who are calling the game and going back in time, whatever it is. And you might say, well, I don't really care about that. People will care. It's still Michael Jordan. Do you know what I mean? I think it'll be very curated, and it'll be very careful as to how they go about it. I absolutely don't see a situation where they throw him on set and let him go off on Ant Edwards and talk about whether or not he's the face of today's NBA or whatever the hot topic of the day is. I don't think that suits him. I think in a particular setting where everything is very controlled, it could be great for NBC. It'll be great for him. But I think they'll be very meticulous in how they go about it.
I think Michael Jordan's going to be really meticulous as well, because I don't think he wants to be put in a position of something that he feel like he can't win. Like we have said it multiple times, he is extremely competitive. I think if I had, my choice of what to do with like Michael Jordan in this instance, I feel like a really good thing for him would be to interview current players. Like think about the intensity that he brings and the intimidation that he used to bring to the basketball court. Like I would love to see that intensity when he goes like head to head with some of these guys and asking some of these questions. Like, don't you think that would be great TV?
Oh my God, yeah. And I think you hit the nail on the head, which is you talk about that intensity. The one thing that set, and I don't want to do MJ versus LeBron, but I will say the one thing that set Michael Jordan apart, and it was Steve Kerr who says, because Steve Kerr very famously played with Michael Jordan, and Steve Kerr was a hell of a basketball player himself. And he hit the nail on the head, is that people feared Jordan. Like, they really feared him. It was, he would walk into an arena, or they knew it's like, Jordan's coming to town. Because he was so fierce and an absolute killer, they feared him in a way that I've never seen another player feared. Like, you might have LeBron or Anthony Edwards, Nikola Jokic, and you'd be like, oh man, we got our work cut out for us tonight. This guy's as good as it gets, one of the best ever. It was different with Jordan, where it's like you were almost done. It's like nobody wants to play this guy ever, because it'll just slit your throat. And so I think that sort of fear and that sort of intimidation, like he has that aura about him. So I think you're right. Him sitting down with a younger player or someone who, even if that player is not necessarily younger, having to sit across from him would be dynamic theater.
Oh, absolutely. Like, I think that's where he is more similar to Kobe Bryant as opposed to LeBron James, where they both had that like killer instinct, where you can only compare it to like Tiger Woods, where people would literally see them on the course or on the court, and something would be like a physical reaction to that. So it's just a different aura that LeBron carries. And like, obviously we're not going to have that discussion, but I do think it's going to be very good TV. Like, I want to see him sit down one-on-one with like Anthony Edwards. I feel like he's one of the guys that would bring the intensity right back, because some of these young guys are not lacking for confidence, and I feel like that would be really good. All right, let's get on to some of these NBA games tonight, because maybe we have some more good ones in store. Let's start in the Eastern Conference, where we have the Pacers with a 3-1 series lead, looking to finish the job against the Cavs. But it's the home team, Cleveland, that's favored in this one, 6.5-point favorites, total of 230.5. I think this one has gone down a point when it comes to the total, because Jenks, that's what I was looking at first, was a total. Yeah. We've been pretty good at getting some of the overs in these games, but a lot of it will depend on the Cavs. We know the Pacers are going to run and gun, but do you think the Cavs are going to win this game? Let me just ask that.
Don't you have to sell the Cavs right now? Am I crazy? Like,
I don't want to lay 6.5. That's for sure.
I'll just say one thing. Yes, sirs. Yes, sirs. Freaking Pacers. Hashtag the worst ever. I mean, we have seen the number move in Cleveland's direction. This was a 6.5 yesterday.
7.5.
Yeah, now it's at 7.5. The Cavaliers, sure, they have the talent to outplay the Pacers. There's no question. We just haven't seen it in this series. And now we don't even know the status of Donovan Mitchell. He's going to be a game-time decision. He didn't play in the second half in Game 4. So I'm supposed to lay 7.5 with a Cavaliers team that has been outclassed in this series, and we don't even know if Donovan Mitchell can go. And if he does go, will he be 100%? Like, I feel like now the Cavaliers could win, but I feel like we're almost giving them credit for their regular season and not looking at how this series has gone. The Pacers have looked like a better team all the way around. Maybe you go with the over. Maybe that's the way to go, because the playoffs have been over. But the Pacers have covered 3 of the last 4 games in this series. They have a ton of momentum. The over set in 8 of the last 11 games for the Pacers. So I think I like the over more than anything else. That way you don't have to worry about a game-time decision for Mitchell or anyone else. But the Pacers have been more than willing to run with Cleveland. They've had one game where they weren't in it. Outside of that, the Pacers have been the better team. This line, it doesn't make any sense to me. Honestly, that's what scares me, is that the line doesn't make any sense, but I'd be on the Pacers.
Yeah, I think maybe some desperation is built into that. Like saying this is a desperate spot. Obviously, the Cavs on the brink of elimination. One would think that Donovan Mitchell, like, tries his best to play. Like, sometimes that's not the case with injuries. Sometimes, it's an injury and you can't play. But, like, I'm not going to sit there and lay 7.5 points. Like, maybe I'll not play it. But if we're talking about a total in this one, it's gone over this number in every single game so far in this series. So I think that trend continues. I would rather play the over than maybe a side in this game. I just think the Pacers continue to get, like, disrespected. Like, nobody wants to believe in the Pacers, but here they sit with a 3-1 series lead. So I'm not going to go against them, especially when you have to lay 7.5 points. All right, let's go out west for the late game. We've got the Nuggets and the Thunder squaring off. Speaking of big numbers, Thunder laying 10.5 here. Total of 220.5. I feel like this series has been the hardest for me, simply because there is such a wide variety of outcomes. Because the Thunder can score like 140 points. Like, it's not crazy for them. And a lot of it just depends on what we get from the Nuggets and what we get from Nikola Jokic. But I will say this. At some point, Nikola Jokic was probably going to be better. Like, for him, this recent stretch has not been good from an efficiency standpoint. So if you expect that to revert back to the mean, maybe the Nuggets get something a little bit better here. 10.5 is a big number, but, like, some of these games have been lopsided.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm so worn out from these big numbers. They're killing me. I kind of feel like this might be a game where the Thunder just absolutely rolls. That's kind of how I feel. I'm not going to lay it. I don't want to lay 10.5. I'm a little worried about the Joker. Oklahoma City, for all of their offensive firepower, remains one of the best defensive teams in the NBA. They're a top 3 team. And they have really neutralized Nikola Jokic over the past 3 games. This is the worst 3-game stretch of Nikola Jokic's career, where he's shooting 33% around if you have at least 15 attempts per game. And even he admitted, he's a little frustrated by the defensive effort that the Thunder are putting in on him, and it has been effective. So the one time when the Nuggets have needed their bench, like Christian Brown or Jamal Murray or Aaron Gordon to step up, they have, and yet it's the Joker who has struggled over the past few games. Of course, the counter argument to that is he's still Nikola Jokic. He averaged a triple-double during the regular season. He's going to be just fine. But I feel like the Thunder have sort of found a way, at least in this series, to slow him down. They're back at home. And also, the Thunder role players have not necessarily been great. I feel like this might be a spot where we wake up tomorrow, because I'm not going to stay up late and watch this game, where I feel like I wake up and I'm like, oh my God, the Thunder won by 20.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, this series has been so all over the place, because I was thinking to myself, okay, last game, it did feel like both teams were kind of tired and playing on tired legs, because they were coming off a Friday night overtime slugfest, and then they go into a game on Sunday, which was the early game, and we saw it with the scoring. Like, the final score was 92-87. Like, this was a series in which, in game 2, the Thunder scored 149 points. So I said to myself, okay, what about an over in this one? But again, like, we've had lower scoring games. Game 3 went to overtime. It still was only 113-104. So I just feel like there are so many conflicting, like, signals in this game that, like, I don't want to play anything. And that's the thing. Like, you don't have to play every single game and every single series. Maybe this is just one we sit out. Do Do you think the Thunder win this series? Like, maybe that's the question I'll ask. Because, like,
Yes.
according to the odds makers, it's pretty much wrapped up, which is crazy. This series is tied 2-2, and the Thunder are minus 625.
Yeah, I think they got a wake-up call in game one, and I kind of think the Nuggets are getting worn out is what I think. You know,
Yeah.
this is when those fresh legs of the Thunder, because they're so much younger than the Nuggets, you know, as the playoffs go on, that becomes a real thing, and I kind of feel like Denver's just going to not falter and just give it up, but I feel like they're just going to get outrun and outplayed by these younger Thunder players who have been waiting for this moment for the past couple of years.
Well, it's also the deeper team as well. So it's not just the youth, it's they have more reserves that can actually contribute. All right, coming up next, it's today's MLB card. We'll give you our best bets on the other end next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
And we're back on a Tuesday. It is May 13th here on the Daily Tip. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. In a few minutes, we'll run down our favorite plays in Major League Baseball. So, Jenks, we were just talking about this while you were gone during the break. Timothy Chalamet continues his torrid run as our favorite celebrity sports fan. Last night, he was at the Knicks game courtside with not only Kylie Jenner, his girlfriend, but also Kendall Jenner was sitting on the other side of him. I feel like this is such a cool, like, little, X factor when it comes to, like, sports games is when they have, like, the big celebrity audience. Because I was watching this as I was at the gym yesterday. They were showing all the celebrity sports fans at the Knicks game. And this had to be a huge hot ticket because obviously the Knicks are a big draw in New York City when they are good. I saw Tina Fey. Tracy Morgan was back in action. No puke spotted around him. And then, of course, Timothy Chalamet, the king of the current Hollywood situation with not one but two Jenners on his arm.
Jesus. What? Is it some sort of like unwritten rule that when you become famous, you have to date a Kardashian or a Jenner? Like, it's remarkable.
I mean,
seriously,
it's the ultimate trump card, is it not?
I guess. But at some point, when you be like, I mean, everyone's dated that girl or that person. Like, at some point, don't you be like, man, everyone has gone out with that person. What is it? I don't understand. There's so many people in Hollywood, and it's not a personal knock, but I just feel like every, next year it's going to be someone else. In a few months, it's going to be someone else. In a few months, it's going to be someone else. Like, this happens, I feel like, just it's like going through a rotation in baseball.
Well, I think it's because there's lots of Kardashians, like it's not just because I don't think Kylie Jenner per se has dated everybody. I think you're thinking of like the combined like roster of all the Kardashian clan because it is a good one. I will say that. But Kylie seems to be like the hot it girl of, the time, and Timothy Chalamet's dating her and he seems like the hot it boy of the time. So it just feels like one of those power couples.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I did see him, man, he was very excited last. I think Denton posted it, actually, where he's very excited watching. He's a huge sports fan, a legitimate sports fan. So I do appreciate that about him. But you talk about living your best life, man. Watching the Knicks play, down in the Celtics. You're at the Garden, and you're surrounded by the Kardashian/Jenner clan. What a life. I was at home watching 48 hours.
In bed by 7. I wonder if he's replaced Pete Davidson as like number one on like the it boy list, because it's been a while since I've kind of heard about Pete Davidson. And it's crazy to me that like some of these guys that are getting like these really, conventionally attractive women who are also very famous are not even like that good looking. Like, I think Timothy Chalamet is better looking than Pete Davidson, but man, Pete Davidson had a run too.
He did, and so much of that was just because you knew if you dated him at the time, you would get pub for it. Like, and I love Pete. I remember I saw Pete Davidson before he blew up. I saw him. I was like in the third row here in like Arlington at not like a draft house, but a small theater. It was awesome. He was hilarious. And we were like right there. He was great. But remember, it was a time where if you were dating Pete Davidson, immediately you were going to be in the headlines. So I question how much I bought some of that. I'm like, this seems like arranged, or even if it's not arranged, it seems like someone's going to date him just so they can say they dated him because they know it's going to generate free publicity.
That, or he just has the Riz or whatever they call it. I think it goes to show that your personality like matters a lot, and he is really funny. Then you're laughing. What are you laughing about? Maybe there's an X factor that we haven't mentioned that I've heard on the streets, but I don't think I can mention it here.
Well, you can't. Let's just say that sometimes you're given the gift, and if you get a gift, then that, you hear about it, and apparently he's very gifted.
To be fair, Ariana Grande said that in like a Vogue magazine interview.
That's true.
So we might be able to say that on air. If you can say it in Vogue, I feel like you can say it in radio.
Yeah, that's true. You can say it, Chelsea. That's fine.
Well, and she's not the only person that mentioned it. I think like Kate Hudson was talking about it and she didn't even date him. It's just like the word on the Hollywood streets. So clearly this is a good street cred to have among starlets because you see the roster that he dated. All right, so let's find our way back to baseball. Maybe some of these guys are carrying a big bat today. I'll see myself out. All right. So let's get to some of these games. Jenks, let's start with the Yankees today because I think the top headliner for me is Max Fried, 6-0 on the season with a 1.05 ERA. Facing the Mariners today in Seattle, the Yankees favored in this one, minus 145 on the money line. Seattle plus 120 and a total of 7. From a betting standpoint, I think this one's kind of difficult just because both these offenses have been so good, but it is a plus pitching matchup. So is there anything that stands out to you about this game, or is it just one that you want to follow?
Oh, I just want to follow it, I think. I feel like this is a good price in the Yankees, is it not? You got Max Fried on the mound, minus 145. I mean, I don't know what the first 5 money line would be. It's got to be close. Maybe it's a little more expensive but Brian Woo's very good as well. I don't feel comfortable going under 7. I understand why it's so low because you're talking about a pitcher's park and you're talking about Brian Woo, who's very good. But I think you just take the Yankees here.
Yeah, I think I would lean that way as well, just because the Yankees are still the more trustworthy offense. Like, I understand Seattle has good numbers as well, and maybe you can justify the first 5 innings because the Yankees have been number 1 in baseball in that metric as well, scoring the most runs per first 5 innings, averaging over 3.5 runs per game. But it is on the road, and this is more of a pitcher-friendly park. So maybe that goes in the favor of Max Fried here. But again, the Yankees have the pitching advantage as well and a pretty solid bullpen. It's not going to make the card for me, but I am interested to see if Max Fried can keep this going against a Mariners lineup that's been pretty good this year. All right, Jenks, free roll. What game should we go to next?
You know what? I like the Twins today at plus money. This might be my best bet. How are the Orioles favored in this game? Are you going to lay a $140 with Baltimore with Cade Povich on the mound? No. Look, the Twins are playing great ball right now. They've won 8 straight. They've won 8 straight games. At some point, that will come to an end, I guess. But if you've got a team that has won 8 straight, they're facing an Orioles team with Cade Povich on the mound. Cade Povich is 1-3 with a 5.55 ERA. At Camden Yards this season, Cade Povich has had 4 starts. He has an ERA of 7.94. Also, he faced the Twins last time out, gave up 5 runs across 6 innings. So you can get plus money with the Twins here. I'm not laying a $140 with Baltimore. Give me the Twins at plus money.
Yeah, since he just faced the Twins, this advantage normally goes to the hitters. You don't want to face the same lineup twice in a row because they just saw your stuff. So it feels like if they hit him last time, they're even more likely to hit him again this time. And Cade Povich does not have a long history of being a dominant pitcher. He is very squarely like a 4 or 5 starter in this rotation, and the Orioles are just not an offense that I want to trust. So maybe you could go one of 2 directions. You say, hey, maybe you like the over if you think Cade Povich is going to give up some runs, or you just take the Twins at plus money because they have been the better squad. At least, that's what their record indicates. They're 21-20. The Orioles, disappointingly so, just 15-24 this year. A huge disappointment out of the AL East. So speaking of teams that you normally can count on, Jenks, I'm looking at the Tigers again today. They're minus 105 on the money line, but here's the sabotage factor. Brian Bayo has been really good for the Red Sox this year, just 2-2, but has a 2.01 ERA. It's Tyler Holton that goes for Detroit, 2-2 with a 3.12 ERA, but I still feel like the Tigers are being a little disrespected. They have been one of the best home teams in all of baseball. I believe they're now 15-5 at home this year, and they're not favored. What am I missing?
I don't think you're missing anything. I think this is just Bayo. I mean, he has good stuff when he's on his game. He's very good. But I'm with you on the Tigers. Like, we were both on them yesterday, and it's just sometimes it takes a while for people to come around to believing that a certain team that maybe has struggled in recent years is good. The Tigers are a good baseball team. It's kind of like the Pacers, right? Maybe this isn't the best analogy, but you're like, nah, it's the Pacers. It's like the Pacers can play. They have talent. Same thing with the Tigers. Like, the Tigers are a very good baseball team. You mentioned it. They're especially good at home, and you're getting them here at a good price at minus 105. This is a tougher matchup than yesterday. Like, we really liked the matchup yesterday just based on the starting pitching. But I'm not going to talk you off of Tigers minus 105.
Yeah, I think the price is just where I'm at. And especially since Brian Bayo is probably not going to pitch the whole game, like, maybe he has the edge in the first 5 innings, 6 innings. But when it comes to bullpen, the Tigers have one of the best bullpen staffs in all of baseball, the second best team ERA of any team in the sport. So maybe that's when the Tigers, have the edge. So I think I would lean towards the Tigers. It's not the Red Sox favorite in this one, a bet that I would be making. It would still be the Tigers for me. All right, some interesting ones. And I feel like maybe this is a catch-all. Jenks, are we continuing to fade some of these bad teams? And, kind of, it's simple handicaps, but like the biggest mismatch I see on paper today, Mets and Pirates. Kodai Senga, one of the best pitchers in all of baseball. He's been great for the Mets this year, 4-2 with a 1.16 ERA. And Mitch Keller has like decent stuff, but the Pirates have been so bad this year.
Yeah,
so Mets on the run line, I think you can get it for like minus 110. If I am correct with my prices, that was the overnight price, I believe. I think this one might make the card for me. The Mets have been so good this year, and especially in the later innings. They have the best run differential in all of baseball from the 7th inning on. We saw it yesterday with Pete Alonso with a walk-off sac fly that, got him the win over the Pirates last night. So I think I'd be on the Mets again here.
Yeah, I'm going to add this to the card as well. I mean, Kodai Senga has just been unbelievable. In 5 starts this season, he has allowed a total of 3 earned runs. He's coming off 2 straight outings against the Diamondbacks, and the Diamondbacks can hit, as we know. And over 10 innings across 2 starts, a single earned run against the Diamondbacks. I mean, the Pirates have been one of the worst teams on the run line in Major League Baseball. Mitch Keller's okay, but against this Mets lineup and with Senga on the mound, you just talked me into it. Let's go Mets run line.
Yeah, I think it's one of those plays that it feels like everything is pointing in the right direction for me. A big mismatch on paper. All right, so let's go over some of the other ones. So the teams that are usually in fade categories are the Marlins and the Rockies. So the Cubs have been red hot, but Valente Belozo is not terrible. He has a 3.5 ERA. Ben Brown goes for the Cubs today, a 4.95 ERA. So maybe not the matchup that I love in this one. The Cubs are still the better offense. Or you could go with fading the Rockies. Kyle Freeland is pitching. He has a 6.41 ERA and going against Jack Leiter of the Rangers. So Jenks, of those 2 games, Marlins, Cubs, Rockies, Rangers, are you fading either of these bad teams?
You know what? I'm not, but I am fading another really bad team. So it's kind of in line with what you were talking about. I'm going to fade the White Sox. I kind of like the Reds on the run line today. Like, Andrew Abbott is going for Cincinnati. He's been really good. He's 2-0, 2.25 ERA. So 5 starts this season. Well, it was actually against the Rockies where he had his 1 bad start. Outside of that, I mean, he has allowed no more than a single run in 4 of his 5 starts this season. And the White Sox are notoriously bad against left-handed pitchers. Andrew Abbott qualifies. You're in a hitter's park. The Reds hit. They're at Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati. Like, this just feels like, to me, Jonathan Cannon is on the mound for the White Sox. He is okay. But just over the course of the game, if you have the Cincinnati bats, which definitely are, one of the better lineups in Major League Baseball, certainly better than the White Sox, then I kind of like the Reds on the run line too.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk you off that one. Every time I see Andrew Abbott, I always think that he looks like the mascot for the Reds because he has like this mustache that looks like the baseball. I don't know the name of the Reds mascot, but he looks like an old-timey baseball player, and he has this mustache. So Andrew Abbott, I'll also get some bonus points from me for looking like, I think his name is Gapper is the name of the mascot.
Gapper.
But yeah, the numbers are better for Andrew Abbott. And of course, anytime you say I'm fading the White Sox, you don't really have to preface it with very much. Did we miss anything? Is there any other game that is on the card that caught your eye, or are we just fading on these bad teams?
I do think there's one interesting play, and it's if you want to lay the juice, you've got the Royals and Astros today. You've got Chris Bubik going for the Royals, Framber Valdez going for the Astros. Here's the thing about Chris Bubik. Like, he has been awesome this season, 4-2, a 1.69 ERA. But here's the thing. He has 3 shutouts this season against the Rockies, the Orioles, who cannot hit left-handers, and the White Sox. So you can only control so much as far as who you face, but he hasn't really faced great lineups this season. Also, he faced the Astros 3 starts ago, gave up 4 runs in 5 innings. Astros are a top 10 team in the first 5 when playing at home. I like the Astros in the first 5. It's minus 140.
All right. Sounds like we've got another big card shaping up on a Tuesday. Coming up after the break, we'll switch gears and fill you in on what's going on in hockey next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Let's go! Rise and shine, people. It's time for more of the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll give you a lowdown on everything that's going on in hockey and maybe a little headline roundup of everything that's going on in pop culture, because that's what we try to do on the show. We are a morning show, so we try to straddle the line of sports betting, and also like things that you want to talk about, and like things that you would talk about like around the water cooler at work. If anybody still has those, I understand like most of the population probably works from home, and maybe you don't have that setting, but you get what I'm saying there. Jenks, in a few minutes, we'll talk about the new sandwich that's been named after the new American Chicagoan Pope. And I was just thinking to myself, I saw this other headline about the Pope where his brother was like on a TV show, and he was saying like, oh yeah, my brother, like he was doing the speech and he did it in Italian, and then he started speaking in Spanish, and I thought to myself, what a show off. His brother was saying that. But like, think about if your brother was the Pope. Like, oh, man, you can't win in that situation. I think we've all had somebody in our family, or maybe even like somebody who's in your like orbit, like one of your friends' moms, like kids or something,
right.
Or your mom's friends' kids or something, where they're really accomplished. Like I have a cousin that's really smart. He was like in Mensa growing up, and now he works like for Amazon doing something like really high up. Like he like majored in like aerospace engineering or something.
Oh,
and it's always like, well, Jack did this and he's really smart. And then my mom would be like, well, Chelsea, well, she knocked over 3 girls at her dance recital. Maybe dance is not for her. But can you imagine being like the Pope's brother and what every holiday must feel like?
Yeah. Be like, can I lead us in prayer? No, your brother's the Pope. Absolutely not. He's going to, and he'll always do it. Now, go ahead, Pope Leo. Yeah, it can't be great.
Do you think his family members probably have to call him that now, right? Like you can't be like, hey, bro, brother Leo. No, you got to call him by the Pope, right? Isn't it one of those things like being in the royal family where like that is what you have to call him 100% of the time?
I mean, you would think. I wonder what his family does. Or also if his family is super religious, they have to be blown away. Right? Like
super religious. One would think, right?
I mean, you would assume. You never know.
Yeah, we don't go to church.
But I'm not like, he was always doing his own thing, always sneaking into the church. We were watching football. But not old Leo. I mean, I you would assume that. But imagine if you are, you would assume, very religious, and then your son, your brother, is the Pope. Like, I can't imagine trying to absorb all of that information and then also sort of the deification for someone who ends up leading the Catholic Church and all that goes into that, and your spiritual and religious beliefs. I mean, that's just a lot to sort of absorb that, oh, this person who is leading the world, leading the Catholic Church, is a member of our family. I cannot fathom it.
Yeah, I feel like that has to be like one of the most powerful positions in the world, right? Like other than like somebody who is born into royalty, somebody who is the president of the United States, I would think. But yeah, I hate to think about what their Christmas card says and like imagine getting it. And you're like, oh God, here we go. Here comes the bragging.
This guy
Just a
again.
picture of him.
I get it. You're the Pope. Yeah, that's just like a one and done. There's no competition with that whatsoever.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's get to what happened in hockey last night, because we do have some playoff hockey going on. I'm not a hockey gal myself, but I can appreciate the drama that is the NHL postseason. So in the Eastern Conference, not a great night for your DC folk. Jenks, as the Capitals lose to the Hurricanes last night. This game was not close.
Hurricanes nearly had a 2-on-1. Now they have numbers. Here's Carrier with a shot. He scores! That's Walker, who gives Carolina a 4-2 advantage.
That was Sean Walker scoring a goal in the third period, sound courtesy of TNT. So the Capitals go on to lose, or I guess you could say the Hurricanes win. Maybe we shouldn't frame it in that way. Hurricanes win 5-2. So Jenks, now the Capitals are looking at a 3-1 series deficit. Do they still have a chance in this series, or is it over?
I think it's probably over. I mean, I hate to say that. It hurts. I mean, it's been an amazing season for the Capitals, and I'm not saying RIP just yet, okay? You never know in hockey, but the Canes are very good, and they've really dominated the series. I'm glad the Caps got one. It's been awesome watching Ovi's season. I know this sounds like an epitaph, but they were just and have been the dominant team throughout this entire series. And we knew going in, if you're a Caps fan, you knew going in Carolina was going to be difficult. But I was hoping at least it would be a little more competitive than what we've seen in this series. But it just sort of feels like the Caps have, from start to finish here, it started with game one where Carolina just dominated possession and they were the better team. And the Capitals were lucky to be in that game. I mean, it's always brutal going to overtime and losing in that way. That was one they really needed there, especially starting off at home. But it kind of feels like this series is about to wrap up. Denton, am I wrong here? Can you give me some hope?
Nope. No hope to be found. Even at 11-1, no hope to be found.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel that way.
Let me ask you a hockey question, and maybe this is not as simple as maybe as I am asking, but when it comes across to like the sports world, in hockey, is a 3-1 series lead like safe? Because here's the thing, like from a very casual perspective, it feels to me that since goals are at such a premium, and we hear, was it puck luck? Does it feel like, of all the sports, like 3-1 series lead is not as quite as commanding as maybe some other sports?
I think that's fair in some matchups, but in this matchup in particular, when it's definitely matchup dependent, which I know seems like the obvious answer. In basketball, I think it's a little bit different. In hockey, there are more, I believe, instances where you have a team rally because you can just have a better team and all of a sudden they assert their dominance, they turn it on, or a goaltender just like stands on his head. I mean, that does happen. In basketball, it's less common. But here, when you're talking about the Canes are really good anyway. So going down 3-1 to a team like that, especially with how they've looked throughout the series, it's kind of a death knell.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I just wanted to ask because sometimes, like, the point being is that it feels like there's more volatility in hockey just because, points are certainly at a premium.
Sure.
And over in the West, Edmonton now takes a 3-1 series lead as well with a 3-0 win over the Golden Knights last night.
Side, and then for Kane. Kane has Hyman. Kane with a shot, and he scores!
And that sound courtesy of TNT. Again, Evander Kane scoring that goal for the Oilers here. So, Jenks, I'm not a hockey girl. I don't have any thoughts on this series.
Okay, fair enough.
Before we move on?
I mean, the Knights are lucky this was not a sweep. They got that goal in the previous game with 0.4 seconds left on the clock, but Edmonton is really good, and clearly they have some of the best players in the world on their squad, so it looks like the Oilers are going to wrap this bad boy up. Hasn't happened yet, and the Knights do have some talent, but the Oilers are fantastic.
Yeah, but it's playoff hockey. Anything can happen. It's looking like some of these teams are a little bit more dominant than the teams they are facing. All right, Jenks, I wanted to read this headline because I think if you showed me this headline 20 years ago, I would be like, what are those words? The Firefest of book talk. Isn't that the most like 2025 sentence you've ever read?
Yes.
Book talk? Firefest? So if you don't know what Firefest is, like it was that disaster of a festival that they did a whole Netflix series on. So the bottom line is if you call something a Firefest, it means it's an unmitigated disaster where no preparations were taken. So apparently there was this big book talk event, which I think has something to do with TikTok and people who read books. So apparently it was romantasy fans, which is another great word that makes me roll my eyes. So apparently these fans were showing up to a Million Lives book festival in Baltimore to what became known as the Firefest of Book Talk, which means they all paid an extra $250 to go to this ball, only to walk into the ballroom, no decorations, no food. And if you want a drink, you had to pay extra. So I'm not sure what this money went for, but it feels very much like a disaster. The Fire Fest of book talk.
I feel really bad. I had to look up what romantasy is. It is fantasy fiction blended with smutty romance.
Smutty.
Yes. Book talk. I honestly watched a few of these TikToks about book talk, whatever, and it was kind of sad. They made the most of it, the people that did attend, because they were all dressed up. They were super excited, but I felt really bad for them. I will say, and hopefully this happens, Archer Management is the company that ran this whole thing, and then I think they let someone else run the event. But Archer Management is the company in charge of all of this. And they say that all of the attendees will get refunded by May the 31st. But these TikToks watching those TikToks were really sad, because these were people, make fun all you want. They were very excited. They paid the money. They came to Baltimore. They were all ready to go. And then, did you see the speaker, like the live DJ? The live DJ was a chair with a small Bluetooth speaker in it.
Oh,
it wasn't
womp
great.
womp.
It wasn't great.
I think that's the basis of it, is if you have expectations, and bottom line, if you pay for something, you deserve to have some type of experience. Like, again, where did this money go to? Because I would imagine like quite a few people paid this $250. It's kind of like my HOA. I don't know what this money goes to. We don't have anything. We don't have a pool. We don't have like lawns that they mow. We have a simple entrance, which feels like the Fire Fest of subdivision entrances, because all we have is a few shrubs, maybe a bush or two, but certainly no seasonal flowers. So I don't know. Are you going to start saying everything is the Fire Fest of whatever?
This is pretty close. I mean, this is really bad. Oh, these poor kids. They're just a bunch of kids looking to have a little romantasy, or whatever it's called.
On book talk. Well, at least somebody's reading.
True.
That's one sign of, the world not ending. So I do appreciate people who still read actual books. Coming up next, hour 3 of the Daily Tip, we bring on Sean McDonough, NHL play-by-play voice of ESPN. Next.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Here we go. It is hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us on a Tuesday. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final hour, how about this? We bring in the great Sean McDonough, play-by-play voice for the NHL and college football on ESPN, talking Stanley Cup playoffs at 8:20. We'll look ahead to the playoff action on the hardwood tonight in the NBA, along with that crazy lottery last night that we saw in Chicago, the Mavs going to get Cooper Flag after somehow pulling off the number 1 pick. Giannis Antetokounmpo possibly wanting to move on from the Bucks. We'll talk about that as well, and we'll have our best bets ready to go at 8:40. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium in our final hour. You can stream us on ValleySportsLive.com and the Valley Sports Live app. Before we get to Sean, I want to get to him quickly. I know you're not a huge hockey person, but you've gone to Preds games before. You're right there outside of Nashville, and I believe they play in, Bridgestone Arena, I think it is. How close are you to the arena there in Hendersonville?
Well, now I'm like 20 minutes away, but when we lived downtown, we were walking distance. So when people would be going to the game, we would see like these droves of hockey fans. And it's crazy to me that the hottest ticket in town is still the Preds games. I don't know if it's the production quality. I don't know if it's hockey is just more exciting than football. Maybe it's the current state of the Titans. But this is the go-to event in town is Preds games.
Oh, I believe that. There's something about, if you have never been to a hockey game, I know this sounds like a very basic thing to say, but if you've never been to a hockey game, it will really change the way you view the sport, like being there in the arena. It's just a much different experience than actually watching it or especially listening to it. Being there, especially close to the glass and seeing how physical and fast it is really something to behold. And when I came up here 20 years ago from Texas, I had no clue. You know, it was football, baseball, basketball, and then I got here. I was like, what is this hockey thing? And now, love the Caps, love going to games, and it's been a great experience over the past couple decades. And so we are lucky this morning to bring in one of the greats when you're talking about play-by-play voices, the voice of the NHL on ESPN. Also, you hear him on ESPN's college football coverage as well. I am talking about Sean McDonough. Sean, good morning to you. Thanks for being with us, and we'll jump right into it here. I wanted to ask you about the Stars and their lead over the Jets. We get Game 4 tonight. What have you seen from Mikko Rantanen, who has been on a playoff heater for the ages here?
Yeah, it's nice to be with you, too. I've seen, I think, what everybody has seen, which is, as you said, one of the great playoff performances of all time. You know, he really didn't do much for the first 4 games of that series against Colorado, and, some people thought, well, maybe it's the weirdness and the pressure of playing against, a team for whom he starred for 10 years. But then he completely took over that series, won Game 7 almost all by himself in the third period of Game 7. We were very fortunate to call that game, and obviously he's continued it into this series against Winnipeg. So, he's by far the Conn Smythe Trophy winner if the playoffs were to end today, but there's a lot more playoff hockey still to be played.
Oh, for sure. And hockey isn't just exciting because I feel like, the nature of the game and everything is so quick and fast paced, but it's also because of the storylines. Like we see some of these teams that have these narratives that have been living for years and years, whether they can't get it done in the first or second rounds. To you, what is the best storyline alive in the playoffs right now when it comes to the NHL?
Well, I do think Mikko Rantanen is definitely one of them, given the year that he had. I mean, to start the season in Colorado, get traded in a deal that really surprised most people, I think, including him, to Carolina, and then to get traded again when Carolina thought, and probably correctly, that they weren't going to be able to sign him to a long-term contract. So, I think that's one of it, and you kind of hinted at it, Chelsea. Every year that the Toronto Maple Leafs are in the playoffs, and they've been in the playoffs 9 years in a row, everything goes back to, they never win in the playoffs. This second round appearance is just their second in 21 years. They haven't been to the Stanley Cup Final since 1967. You know, they have a good chance to do it. We're actually doing the Game 5 tomorrow up in Toronto, and really looking forward to that. But, you know, it could have been a lot easier for them. They won the first 2 games at home. They went down to Florida. Twice they had a 2-goal lead in Game 3. It was 3-1 halfway through the game. You thought, oh, gosh, you know, not only is this might be their year, but they may sweep this series. And then Florida came back and won that one. Obviously, they won Game 4. And now Florida is starting to play the way that they usually play. You know, low-scoring defense, forechecking, creating turnovers. They got a shutout in the last game. So, you know, I think they might have let Florida off the hook here a little bit in this series. But, yeah, I think anytime the Maple Leafs are in it and look like they have a chance to advance, that's going to be one of the biggest storylines for sure.
We're talking with Sean McDonough. He is the NHL play-by-play voice on ESPN. So I just wanted to piggyback off that for a second and talk about the Leafs. I mean, you know the story here. They have not been to a Stanley Cup final since the 66-67 season. What would it mean for, not just for Toronto, but for the sport? How special would it be to see one of these, you know, original teams make it to the Stanley Cup final after just this arduous wait?
Yeah, well, it's, as you know, it's been 1993 since one of the teams based in Canada won the Stanley Cup. It was Montreal back then. Obviously, Edmonton came as close as you can come last year in the Stanley Cup final that we did, you know, getting it to a Game 7 and then not winning. But, you know, I think it's interesting, right? I live in Boston, grew up in Boston, was one of those long-suffering Red Sox fans. You know, we kind of went through the same thing. They're 86 years without a World Series. And, you know, what would it mean if they won one? Well, in some ways, would it change the charm of being a Red Sox fan? You know, you would just lose the prefix long-suffering. And, you know, I don't think it made being a Red Sox fan any different. It was just awesome when they finally won it, and then they won 3 more. So, you know, I think it would be great for Leafs Nation. You know, I think they have the most rabid fan following of any of the 32 teams in the league. You know, it would be awesome if they won the Stanley Cup or could even get to the Stanley Cup final, because they've been through a lot. And I can relate to it, you know, being now a former long-suffering Red Sox fan.
Yeah, and on the flip side, it's wild to me from a macro perspective that some of these expansion teams have been so good, like looking at the Knights, and even teams that just haven't been in the NHL as long as some of these other original teams. Do you think that's good for the sport? And why do you think some of these teams have been so successful from the get-go?
Yeah, I think the way they set up the expansion draft gave Vegas a chance to compete right away, and obviously they have. You know, they went to the Stanley Cup final their first year, and they've now won a Stanley Cup final. And I thought they had a good chance to win it again this year. Obviously now they're in trouble in this series against Edmonton after losing last night and going down 3-1. But I think it's great for the sport. You know, the sport has grown dramatically. You know, there's talk about more expansion. Obviously the franchise in Vegas has been an enormous hit. Utah's been a huge hit this year. They sold out every game. You know, I think they're on the way up with a pretty talented young core. So, you know, I don't think the sport's ever been in better shape than it is right now, and I think we're going to continue to see growth, and it would not surprise me if we saw additional expansion here in the next few years.
Sean is someone who covers hockey, and also you do great play-by-play work for college football as well. Do you have a personal preference, or do you just have these different appreciations for what each different sport brings to the table when you're right there in the booth calling it?
Yeah, I love them both. You know, I think that's the best thing about my situation right now. You know, I've had the very good fortune to call 11 different sports on national TV. But if you ask me, you know, what are your 2 favorites to call, it would be these 2, college football and hockey. So the fact that that really is almost my entire focus now, I occasionally do some other events, but almost all of what I do now at ESPN and ABC is the hockey and college football. So I love them both. You know, people ask me all the time, what's your favorite sport, you know, to call, and it's like asking you, you know, which one of your children is your favorite. I just love them all. So, you know, it's no, it's awesome. I'm very blessed. Feel very fortunate to have a chance to do this. I mean, to be in Toronto tomorrow night in Scotiabank Arena with the atmosphere that's going to be, you know, and the way that this series has gone, I think of these second-round series this Toronto-Florida one has been the most compelling with, the closeness of the games, and Toronto looked like they had control of it early, and now Florida is back even. You have goaltender issues. You have some, lingering angst from what happened at the end of the last game. So it's really playoff hockey at its best.
Yeah, I was going to ask, which player is kind of the X factor for the postseason, where maybe it's not a big name player and maybe it's not a storyline that's been, beaten to death, but is somebody who covers the game in depth? Who is a player or an X factor that is kind of not talked about enough?
Well, that's a great question. To me, the X factor that's been lingering out there the whole time and has been talked about a lot is Miro Heiskanen, the defenseman for the Dallas Stars. He's one of the best defensemen in the world. And he's been out since late January, and, we keep hearing he's close to returning. I just read that Pete DeBoer said he expects him back. Coming back in this series is going to be soon. And to me, he makes them the Stanley Cup favorite if he comes back and he's healthy and performs the way that he usually does. I thought it was huge when they got past Colorado without him and without Jason Robertson. I mean, you take away two of their very best players, their leading goal scorer and their best defenseman, and still they knocked out a Colorado team that I think most people thought was good enough to win the Stanley Cup. I think the rest of the league said, "Oh crap," when they got to the second round, because they knew Robertson was coming back and Heiskanen was coming back. So to me, that's the biggest X factor lingering out there still. And the guy who's become the X factor in this series that we're doing tomorrow night is Brad Marchand, which somebody who lives here in Boston, watched him play for the Bruins for 16 years, was captain of the team and kind of the heart and soul of the franchise. To see him out there doing his thing for Florida, it's another great pickup by Billy Zito and his staff down there at the trade deadline. He had the game-winning goal the other day. He's such a great playoff performer. And I think a lot of people thought, well, he's 37 now. That's probably not going to continue to be the case. He has particularly tormented Toronto over the years, and he's doing it again.
Sean, we have a couple minutes here to go, and not necessarily holding you to a Stanley Cup pick, but who has impressed you the most thus far? Is it the Stars? Is it one of the teams you're covering tomorrow night?
Yeah, it's hard to say because it kind of ebbs and flows. I thought Toronto I thought Ottawa was a really good team, and for Toronto to win that series the way they did and then to come out playing the way they did the first couple of games against Florida, they looked like the best team to me. Now, obviously, as we said before, Florida has kind of found its game that got them to the last two Stanley Cup finals and had them win it last year. So, that to me, that series is a toss-up. If anything, maybe it tilts toward Florida with the way the last couple of games have gone. Yeah, you have to be impressed by Dallas. I mean, to knock out Colorado, to be ahead of Winnipeg in this series, who was the President's Trophy winning team for the most points in the regular season. Winnipeg, here they go again with Connor Hellebuck drama in the playoffs. He's the best goalie in the world in the regular season. He's going to win the Vezina Trophy again. But he's not been great in the playoffs for the last few years, and that has continued. I think they thought maybe that was gone after the shutout earlier in the series. But so yeah, I mean, it's hard to say right now because I think it's so even. But if Heiskanen comes back and he's good, I would give Dallas a slight edge to win the Stanley Cup.
You can hear his fine work on ESPN covering the NHL, and he'll be covering the Leafs and Panthers tomorrow night. Also one of the ESPN college football play-by-play voices as well. It is the great Sean McDonough. Sean, we really appreciate the time this morning. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me. Have a blessed day.
You too. Oh, man, how awesome was that? I always say, talking to athletes doesn't make me nervous, but talking to great broadcasters does make me nervous because I'm like, oh, my God, he's so good. He's so good. But he really is one of the best. And when you think about watching hockey or college football, I mean, he's one of those voices that you can just hear calling a game.
Well, absolutely. And he's done it all. It's not just hockey. It's not just college football. It looks like he's done MLB. He's done NBA. He's done the Olympics. So from a broadcasting perspective, it's one of those things where you're like, okay, I need to word this question correctly and specifically so I don't get critiqued in his brain on it, because he is somebody who can analyze the craft of what we're doing as we speak.
Yeah, it's like, so Sean, These playoffs have been absolutely wild.
Am I right?
Am I right or huh? What do you think? You've been doing this for a while. I feel like it's been crazy. He'd be like, I'm never going to appear on this show again. But thank you to Sean McDonough. A great analysis there. And he's right, man. I mean, it really is. It does ebb and flow. Some teams look good for a second, and then you never know. But I'm interested in the Stars tonight. I think I may bet on Dallas because he's right about Connor Hellebuyck. He was awesome in the regular season. He's been really bad during the postseason. Coming up next in the show, the NBA pulls a fast one. Yeah, we're going to look back at last night's draft lottery and tonight's games next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. Great to have you with us on a Tuesday, the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Michael Jenkins, she is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, Nico Harrison gets a gift from God. Or Adam Silver. Depending on how you look at it. God. Are you a big conspiracy theorist, Chelsea? Are there any conspiracy theories that you believe in? You know, like every now and then you'll meet someone. Maybe this doesn't happen often. Maybe like, we didn't land on the moon, right? And I'm like, oh, God, here we go. It's happened to me a couple times. Someone have too many drinks and they'll like lean in and say something. I'm like, I don't know about that there, buddy. I'd pump the brakes on that. I'm not a big conspiracy theorist person, although I'm open to it now after what we saw last night in Chicago. I'll say that.
Yeah, I'm willing to listen. I do think they're interesting. Do I believe them? Probably not. But as far as sports go and conspiracies, I do think basketball is, like, if we were ranking sports that are like the most easily rigged, doesn't it feel like basketball would be towards the top? Like,
totally.
The frozen envelope thing. And then when it comes to officiating, I feel like refs can really change the outcome of games. So, I feel like basketball is number one. Who would be number two? Like, maybe I'm not thinking of some sports. Like, maybe the fighting sports, because obviously it's like judging and it's not clearly like objective. Because when you watch like figure skating or something, you're like, what? That girl was amazing. The Russian judge does it again. So maybe the sports where it's not like cut and dry, because obviously like the racing sports where it's like swimming and track, like it's like, hey, you ran a time or you didn't. But as far as like the major sports, I feel like basketball, like if you want to be a conspiracy theorist, basketball tops the list.
Oh, yeah. And they did have an actual referee blowing games. Remember when Tim Donaghy did that back in the day? So that's not just speculation. Like, no, that did happen. Remember, we're like, this guy seems to be calling a different game. Yeah, he was. I definitely believe in the frozen envelope. And now I definitely believe that the NBA draft lottery was rigged last night. The Mavs, a 1.8% chance. Let's listen to how the top 4 picks went down last night in Chicago.
The 4th pick in the NBA draft goes to the Charlotte Hornets. Picking 3rd will be the Philadelphia 76ers. The 2nd pick will be made by the San Antonio Spurs, and that means that the number 1 pick in the 2025 NBA draft goes to the Dallas Mavericks.
Come on, man. Come on. A 1.8% chance of winning the lottery. Meanwhile, the best chances were the Hornets, the Jazz, and our Washington Wizards. They're picking 4th, 5th, and 6th. The Mavs are 1. The Spurs with Wemby and Stephon Castle are 2. And the Sixers with Paul George and Joel Embiid, 3. The rich get richer. The poor get poorer. I'm still stunned by what transpired last night. I shouldn't even be surprised. And Nico Harrison, you talk about the luckiest guy on the planet. He should have played the Powerball last night.
Well, he did, and he won.
He won.
Isn't it ironic, don't you think? You trade away the face of your franchise, only a few months later to be rewarded with another face of your franchise. It just feels like he sidestepped, the biggest disaster in, like, would we say, like, sports history? Like, this is one of the worst trades we've ever seen. So when you 1% chance and you get Cooper Flag, like, what a crazy turn of events in Dallas. So I feel like this is one of those things where you want to see people like Nico Harrison not succeed. And now it feels like he has just been, another superstar has been placed right in his lap.
You can go really into the weeds with this one. like that the NBA had a hand in Luka being traded? I mean, if you really wanted to go into this conspiracy theory, think about it. LeBron is older, okay? Like LeBron is not going to last 3 or 4 more years. Let's look at the Lakers before the Luka trade, right? You've got LeBron and AD, 2 aging superstars. LeBron got to play with Bronny. Maybe he plays another season, getting ready to hang it up. And then who do the Lakers have? No one. Oh, okay, fine. Austin Reeves, Rui Hachimura. What does the NBA need? The Celtics are already great. They need the Lakers to keep being good. That's good for business, right? That's good for business. So the NBA says, listen, we got to give the Lakers another superstar for the next decade. That's good for everybody. It's good for ratings, good for us, good for the public, good for bettors, Lakers, publicly bet team. All right, we're going to convince Nico Harrison, listen, you send Luka out west, right? People are just going to be all over you. You're going to take the L after L after L. But guess what? When the draft comes around, you get a generational superstar. The Lakers are good for the next decade. They have their star in Luka. You get a new star. Everyone wins. Can't you just see that working in Adam Silver's mind? That's the conspiracy theory.
How much hush money do you think Nico Harrison would have had to get, though? Because, like, he's been going through the absolute ringer. His name has been drugged through the mud for the last few months. And I understand that, like, if we're playing into this fantasy, that he finally gets a reprieve. But it is a pretty good storyline. Does feel like a little WWE-ish. But if you've heard, like, some conspiracies, like, about, like, other things that are going to happen... Like, if you had your druthers, if you were a story writer for the NBA, like, what's the one that you'd want to see next? Because to me, I understand that Luka's in LA now, but, like, LeBron going back to the Cavs makes too much sense. I feel like I do want to see that. Is that lame?
I don't think he'll go, because then Bronny would be left in LA. Like, I don't think he would leave his kid behind. You know, like you draft Bronny and then you go to the Cavs. Like, it just doesn't seem like he's already, and why would you go out on a note where, like, you already won a title in Cleveland? Like, you went out that way and you're going to leave Bronny behind? I don't know if I see him doing that. But also think of it this way. Like, if you're the NBA, would you want Cooper Flagg wasting away with the Hornets? Or the Jazz? I was going to say Wizards, but you know what I mean? Like, do you want to put Cooper Flagg on a bad team or put him on an already very good team or a team that has the potential to be very good and immediately he has a chance to shine? Like, it's just a win all the way around for the NBA. And guess what? What is the NFL mastered? Always being at the top of the headlines. Like, it's the same reason why they're dragging out the schedule release over like 4 months or whatever it is. Tune in to Amazon Prime. Watch Al Roker on the Today Show. Then Jenna and Friends are going to release a couple games. Like, it's just everywhere. And now it's the NBA's turn to say, all right, you want a headline? We'll give you a headline. It just, I don't know. It stinks to me.
I think that no matter where Cooper Flagg went, they would make sure to get him, like, you know, the spotlight that he deserves. Because remember they did this for Zion Williamson, where they were like, we're going to expand the playoffs so more teams get in. When in fact it was like, hey, we want to see Zion Williamson and the Pelicans in it. So they would do whatever they needed to do, because we've seen this from the NBA. They have vetoed trades. Like, remember when Chris Paul was going to go to the Lakers? They're like, no, how about not? We don't want this to happen, so it's just not going to happen. So, like, the NBA has pulled strings like this before. I don't know. Like, they did have a 1% chance, though. Like, I guess it could have happened, you know, naturally speaking. This is all people are going to be talking about today.
I mean, we're doing it right now. And Adam Silver just sitting back saying, this is exactly what I want. Nico Harrison, oh my God. If he has PTO coming, I'd take it right now. I'd go on like a 2-week vacation and just like celebrate. He doesn't have to think about the draft. Oh, what's scouting? Taking Cooper Flagg, number 1. Done. Second round, who cares? Who cares? You know what I mean? It's like,
just fill it out.
It does.
Auto draft.
You know what? Pick a guy. Tommy, you've always wanted to pick a guy in the draft, right? Yes, sir. All I do is clean the locker rooms after every game. Well, come on in here and pick a guy in the second round. Wow. Well,
and also, the Mavericks were not that bad of a team. Like, that's the thing. is when these teams that aren't even like the bottom of the barrel get these high draft round picks, the number 1 overall pick, the Mavs were, in the play-in. So it just feels like the rich get richer, and especially for Dallas. I guess, Mavericks fans at least have something to root for, because I know we're not rooting for Nico Harrison, but at least Mavs fans, maybe are, stepping back from the ledge that they were standing on.
It's perfect for them. You get Kyrie back at some point. They get AD back. They have their next superstar. It's perfect for them. Now, they're always going to love Luka, because Luka did not ask to go, and Luka is still Luka. And to say, Cooper Flagg will be as good as Luka, I don't want to put that on anyone. But there's no question Cooper Flagg has absolutely all the traits to be the next great NBA star. There's a reason why it's not even close. Like, he is the number 1 overall pick. I mean, wow. What a turn last night. What a turn. Well, we do have 2 games on the schedule tonight, Chelsea. 2 playoff games, in fact. Let's start in the East. Pacers and Cavs. Cavs laying 7.5. The Cavaliers minus 300. The Pacers are plus 240. Your total is 228.5. This spread has come up from Cavaliers minus 6 and a hook, and the total has come down from 230.5. So this has been an over series, but we're seeing money coming in on the under right now. How are you going to play this? Are you going to play this?
Yeah, I'm not going to be playing the under. I'll tell you that. Every single game this series has gone over this number. So if the Pacers show up at all, which I feel like they will, I feel like this game and the pace is going to be up tempo. So some of this obviously depends on the Cavs. And let's talk about the spread for a second. The fact that it moved from 6.5 to 7.5. What are we seeing here? Like, maybe the fact that it's a desperation spot, but how many times can we discount the Pacers and what they bring to the table, especially in some of these late games in the series, where the Pacers certainly have the edge when it comes to depth and health. Donovan Mitchell is a game time decision. One would think that if he at all can play, he's going to play in a game that could be an elimination game for Cleveland. But still, like, maybe the Cavs win this game. Maybe they win it handily, but like, I'm not laying 7.5 with Cleveland. I would be on the other side.
Hell no. What is going on? Maybe it's, like you said, because it's a desperation spot. Maybe it's because the Cavaliers were great against the number during the regular season. I believe at home, or was it on the road? Regardless, Thunder Cavaliers, the 2 best covering teams during the regular season in the NBA. I just feel like, once again, the Pacers, hashtag yes, sirs. It's the worst ever. I think I saw that on some of those warm-up shirts, before guys take them off and, go on the court. And I was like, yes, sirs. And it never really hit me. Ugh. But, in the Midwest, when nobody's really paying attention to you, and Cleveland was such a wagon during the regular season, I feel like we're still not giving the Pacers enough credit. Who are more than willing to run with the Cavaliers, have shown they have the athletes to play with Cleveland, with the exception of one game. I mean, they've covered 3 of the 4 games in this series. So, yeah, I'll take the Pacers plus 7.5. I'll go against the line movement and gladly take the points here. Finally, in the West, Nuggets and Thunder. Series tied at 2. Thunder laying 10.5. The Thunder minus 475. The Nuggets are plus 363. Your total is 220 and a hook. This is another game I'm not sure I want to bet on, but I do have to say I kind of like the Thunder to cover in this game. I feel like the Nuggets are starting to run out of gas.
Yeah, it does feel like the Thunder should have an advantage here, not only because they're the younger team, but they're the deeper team. Like, if you've noticed, the Nuggets have to play their starters a lot more minutes than some of these other teams do, because they're just really top heavy. And maybe the X factor would be, maybe we get some better games from Nikola Jokic, which is a wild thing to say for somebody who averages a triple-double. But from an efficiency standpoint, it's not been the same Nikola Jokic. And I think some of this is due to fatigue. He's never going to say that because he's not an excuses guy. But think about these last 2 games. Like, on Friday, they played a night game, went into overtime, and then they have the early game on Sunday, and it was an absolute slugfest. Final score was 92-87. Both these teams were very much tired. So now we roll into this next game. Maybe it's a bit of a reprieve for both of these teams, but you see it in the series price. Like, what are the Thunder in the series price? Minus 650, something like that. Yeah. So I think that you read into those numbers and say, okay, it's probably the Thunder's time to take over. It's been a nice turn for the Nuggets, who fired their head coach going into the postseason. But at some point, I think the Thunder are going to be too much. And I think that's why we're seeing such a large spread in this game.
Yeah, I agree with you. And Nikola Jokic is going to have to show up tonight. I also think there's a possibility that the rest of the Thunder role players who have been okay in this series step up as well, whether it's Isaiah Hartenstein, whether it's Alex Caruso, whoever it is, Chet Holmgren. I mean, obviously, we're going to focus on SGA, and he's been great throughout the series. But, man, the Thunder are a deeper team. They're younger. I think they might just roll tonight. Coming up next here on the show, let's try to make you some money on this Tuesday. We'll give it a shot with our best bets, and we'll find out what the Dogster is up to. We're going to wrap up Hour 3 next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us on a Tuesday. Michael Jenkins, she is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up, we got our best bets. We'll find out what the Dogster is up to as well. Chelsea, I'm looking at your card. Do I see a big card? What do I see here? Oh, okay. Get a little
Two
creative.
bets.
Two bets. Two bets. I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. Yesterday, you had the bad weather. Today, oh my God, it is gross here. Straight up rain. I think I'm going to go home and crawl into bed and take a nice long nap. I mean, it's just pouring this. I didn't bring an umbrella. Not smart by this guy. I was running behind, so I just threw my computer bag over my head like, this will protect me, and ran to the lift. So I got to find a way to get home via Metro. It's not going to be easy, but I'm not doing anything today. What are you doing?
Well, that's the weather that we had yesterday. So I think you guys get a lot of the weather that we have like a day later because I think it moves across east. So today Blake has her Mother's Day out, so I will be rushing and running and gunning after the show to get her prepared for that. But I'm not sure what's on the schedule for me. Like I'll probably take a nap at some point because I've been going to bed really late. But my things that I really want to get done today is I want to do 2 loads of laundry. I want to get in a good workout. And I want to take care of a few bills. So those are my like non-negotiables. Do you ever set goals for yourself at the start of the day where, you know, you have to narrow it down and say, hey, these are the things I really want to accomplish? Because I feel like if you don't do that, like some of these things, the day just kind of goes by. No,
yeah. Well, especially with our schedule, like you got to knock them out because if you don't, then the next thing you know, you're like, I don't have time to do this. Like you almost have to.
Or I'm tired. You almost have to,
yeah, for sure. You're like,
at 7 p.m. You're like,
yeah. It's like, nope, I don't think so. I'm starting to wind down. Not doing it. Not doing it. So, no, I'm like you. While I still have some caffeine in me, I'm like, all right, I'll knock this out. Or when I'm working on the show, like there's always a period in the afternoon where, or usually early afternoon, maybe late morning, where I dig into the show and I'm like, all right, while I'm doing this and while my brain's working, let me knock all this out. So when I'm done, I'm done. And I try to work ahead too. Like with things that I know are coming up, I'm like, you know, I can kind of knock this out now, or I can knock this out now, or I can do this now. So I'll do that as well, just to try and clear the plate a little bit.
Yeah, it's always good to get a jump on things. And plus, I feel way more accomplished when I get things done early in the morning. Like, do you feel this way? Like when you look at the clock and it's like 10 a.m., you're like, wow, look at all the things that I've done. I might as well take the rest of the day off. You losers that are still sleeping, must be nice. I've already done so much with my day.
Oh, I miss those days. I used to stay up till like 3 in the morning, and then I'm waking up at like noon. I'm like, what a great day. Let me get going here. I'll have some coffee, you know? But that's when I was working super late in TV back in the day.
Yeah.
It's just like flipped on its head.
Right. Like when we lived in Vegas, not only would I sleep till like noon, it was also like West Coast time. So like people on the East Coast were literally like finishing up their day. And I was just like waking and be like, oh, where's my coffee? So what a change in events for both of us.
What a switch. What a switch. Good for us. Good for us. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, it's Joe O, it's Sammy P. They're going to talk about that massive win for the Knicks last night. They're also going to have their best bets and look at the NFL schedule leaks. Oh, my God. Week 8, Jags at Panthers. Early line Panthers laying a point. Whoa, is this the year? Is this the year that Carolina makes a run behind Bryce Young? I don't think we're going to talk about that. They will talk about the National Football League. Noobs Christensen will be along at 10. Derek Carty of ESPN Fantasy joins the show at 11. And Jeff Sherman of GolfOdds.com will join the show at 11:20. All right, we have a pretty big card today, Chelsea. Had a 2-1 evening. Each of us did last night. The Doctors 1-0, so let's keep it going.
Time to place your bets.
Nothing I love more than a squad play. What do you got?
Yeah, the biggest mismatch of the day appears to be in this Mets and Pirates game. So I'm taking New York on the run line today against the Pirates. So that's going to go for about minus 110 if you can get that price. Maybe minus 115 over at BetMGM. Misspoke a bit there. But here's the thing. The Mets have been one of the best teams in baseball, and especially in the later innings. We saw it last night. Pete Alonso, the game winner, a game-clinching, I think it was a sac fly, but even if they're not ahead in the first 5 innings, it doesn't seem to matter. The Mets are the best team in all of baseball when it comes to run differential in the 7th through 9th inning. So even if you say, hey, Mitch Keller, who's pitching for the Pirates today, is decent, it's going to be the Mets who come through in the clutch, it feels like, in the later innings. Plus, you look at all the metrics, and the starter today, Kodai Senga, one of the best pitchers in all of baseball right now, an ERA below 2. So I think all the factors align. Mets, one of the top 5 offenses in all of baseball. They've been great in the later innings. So I think when you're looking for bad teams to fade, the Pirates certainly fit that bill, and the Mets are a team that you want to jump on the bandwagon for. So let's go Mets on the run line at minus 115.
Yes, absolutely with you on that. Also, Kodai Senga at home this season at Citi Field, his ERA is .61. .61. Yes, I am on that bet as well. Also, I've got 3 other bets on the card. One, let's get some plus money. How about this? Twins money line plus 115 at the Orioles. Now, we need the rain to let up. I think there's a possibility this game could be rained out if it doesn't let up at some point. But you've got Simeon Woods Richardson taking on Cade Povich. The Twins have been red hot. They have won 8 straight. I'll go ahead and say it. It's a cliche. Wrong team favored here. The Orioles, wrong team favored. Minus 140? No. During this 8-game winning streak, the Twins swept the Orioles in Minneapolis. I know they're playing this series in Baltimore, but the last time the Twins faced Cade Povich last week in Minneapolis, they teed off on him. 5 runs across 6 innings. Cade Povich has been even worse at Camden Yards this season, an ERA of 7.94 over 4 starts. Opponents are batting .300 against him. I will gladly take Minnesota at plus money, plus 115 in Baltimore.
Ooh, I like that one as well. All right, it's time to get creative in the NBA because I'm not sure what to do with some of the spreads and totals for these games tonight, but we're going to go with a player prop parlay. So what we're going to do is we're going to combine Miles Turner and Aaron Gordon each to score 12 plus points. You combine them up, it's minus 132. Looking at both these players, Aaron Gordon has hit this in every game of the postseason but one. Same goes for Miles Turner, and Miles Turner has even gone for at least 12 points in every single game of the series against the Cavs. And plus, the X factor in these is that both these big men have been hitting threes. Aaron Gordon, we know, has hit some clutch ones down the stretch, and he's hitting 54% of his three-pointers, went 3 of 7 from the three-point line in his last game. And Miles Turner, my goodness, the big man's been shooting well. 4 of 4 from the three-point line in that last game against the Cavs. So I'm going to go with that. Both these guys, 12 plus points. That is a parlay that's minus 132.
Okay. I'm going to get creative as well with a little parlay here. How about this? Reds money line, Thunder money line, minus 123. Got the Reds hosting the White Sox tonight in Cincy. So I really like what I've seen from Andrew Abbott. One outing this season where he has allowed more than a single run. Outside of that, allowed only 1 run in 4 of his 5 appearances. And also, look at how the White Sox perform against left-handed pitchers. Not good. They're also 3-17 away from home. So we'll take the Reds on the money line, then add Thunder on the money line. I think the Thunder might actually cover that 10.5 tonight in Oklahoma City. Doesn't matter for the purposes of this bet. Reds money line, Thunder money line. It's minus 123. And I'm going to take the Stars on the money line, hosting the Jets tonight. You heard Sean McDonough talk about it. Connor Hellebuyck, as good as he was during the regular season, and he was the best player in the National Hockey League during the regular season, he has just been way off the mark during the playoffs. And not just against the Stars, against the Blues as well. And then you've got Dallas at home with Mikko Rantanen playing out of his mind right now. I think it's a fair price on Dallas. I expect them to win tonight and continue to pepper Hellebuyck, who just has not been himself. Stars on the money line, minus 148. How about that, Chelsea?
Ooh, stacked card. Even though I can't comment on any of the hockey plays because, you know, I'm not a hockey gal, but good luck.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay, we got to get to Sammy P. He's ready to go here. Tell us what's coming up next on Bet Sweats. Before we do that, let's bring in the Dogster and find out what's on his mind this morning. Dogster, It's your time, buddy. What's going on?
I want to do hockey play-by-play, just like Sean McDonough. Caps on a 3-on-2. Strome ahead to Ovechkin. McDavid trailing. Whoa! Who is that smoke show sitting just behind the goal in a shirt that's one size too small? If anyone could get their number and pass it on to me, I would appreciate it.
Donkster.
I don't see a ring on that finger, and also the Caps scored.
Well, okay. There's so many things wrong with that. I think you have a little work to do. Let's get a bet, please.
Okay. Thunder. Minus 10.5. Hosting the Nuggets.
Good job. Good luck tonight. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, we bring in the great Sam Panayotovich. I believe wearing a White Sox hat today. Sammy P, good morning. How you doing, buddy?
So many things to diagnose there. You bash my White Sox. You got McDavid and Ovechkin on the same team on the play-by-play. Donkster does. Sorry, not you. Donkster. And then you like the Thunder. Donkster stamps it for approval. There's a lot going on there, Chelsea. A lot to unpack.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of like the sports world last night, because we got the Jason Tatum stuff. We've got the NBA lottery. So I know you spent a lot of time in New England. What was your reaction to seeing Jason Tatum go down? Like, this feels like not even just a big deal for this year, but for next year.
I'm surprised we don't have any report on what happened. I mean, I know the Twitter doctors all said Achilles, but when Aaron Rodgers got hurt, we knew right away. Tatum, we still don't really know. Before he got hurt, I was going to drill him for the shoes all day today, the pink shoes. I can't. Pink shoes. You like them? Did you like the shoes?
No. Like, if it would have been Mother's Day, like, maybe, but it wasn't Mother's Day. It was Monday.
Can you imagine, Jenks, if we wore those pink shoes to tryouts in high school, we would have been cut on the spot. You know what I'm saying?
It's wild. We would have been laughed off the field.
It's a whole thing. I hope he's healthy. The shoes got to go. Get those shoes out of my face.
Oh, man, he scored 42.
I mean, he was awesome.
It's a good game before that.
Didn't matter.
Yeah, doesn't matter in the end. Sammy P, I like the hat. Good luck to your White Sox today. It's not personal, just business. That's going to do it for us here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger, I'm Michael Jenkins. Thanks for spending your Tuesday with us. Hope you go out and have a great day. We'll see you.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
New show name, but still no pants or underwear required on this network.
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Brunson looking, step back, three-pointer. It's good! Rattled around and dropped through. Knicks up a dozen. Brunson with 38. Jaylen Brown back in, lost the ball. Anunoby all by himself throws it down. And Tatum is hurt. Tatum is down. He wants a timeout. Tatum in so much pain. And the Celtics call timeout, grabbing that right ankle. Pritchard, a couple of fakes, can't get it to go, and now dribbling out. This series is now 3-1 in favor of the New York Knicks.
Called it. Knicks Pacers. Looking like the Eastern Conference Finals. What the hell is happening? Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich with you. This is Bet Sweats. Welcome on in on this Tuesday. We're here hanging out with you for the next few hours. Great list of guests. 10 a.m. Eastern. Noops will be here to talk about the NBA. 11 o'clock, we've got Derek Carty on Major League Baseball. Jeff Sherman, he'll hit on the NBA and a golf major as well. All right. As predicted, Sam, we talked about it all year. It's just a matter of time before we get the Knicks facing off against the Pacers. That looks like that is the most likely result that is coming our way. A lot to unravel after last night, but the bottom line is the New York Knicks are now your favorite to win the Eastern Conference. The New York Knicks are the second favorite to win the NBA championship.
Yay. So much fun.
Bing bong.
So yesterday I talked a lot about putting a lot on the line Saturday on the Celtics. I laid the points, took the money line. By the end of the show and by tip-off, I had taken everything that I won Saturday and put it on the Celtics just to win. Laid 240. Thought it was a good bet. Felt good. Third quarter, they're up 14. Timeout Knicks. I have lived this now 3 times in 4 games. And it's nothing crazy. I mean, it's a bad loss. I don't like losing minus 240. I don't like telling people to bet 240 and have it lose. But as somebody who needs the Celtics to win this series, before the series even started, I mean, what the hell, man? How do you go up 20 and lose, go up 20 and lose, go up 14 and lose? And I know some people will say, well, that's the NBA. That's not how it goes in the playoffs. You're supposed to protect these leads. I don't know who to blame. I'm frustrated. Pink Shoes was throwing up air balls to bring the Knicks back in the game, and then he gets hurt. It was just a very frustrating night. And I don't know how it happened, but here we are.
Injuries are going to be blamed here. Let's not get it twisted. The Celtics are probably losing that game, whether Tatum goes down to that awful injury or not. The non-contact injury, and it will all become official later today. But word is we're not going to see Tatum for quite some time. Forget the playoffs. I'm saying quite some time in general. It looked rough. Happens with less than 3 minutes to go in the game. That's the big story from this game. But also your co-headliner, obviously the Knicks take a 3-1 series lead and look at their odds for the Eastern Conference and for the NBA championship. Truly remarkable. And here's the other thing. Like, a lot of people will go big picture and say injuries ruin the playoffs. Injuries decided this. They decided that. Maybe. Cavs should have won some of these games. They blew massive leads in this series. And you look at the Celtics last night. Tatum was awesome. scores 42 points. People love to pile on Tatum when he doesn't have a great game in the playoffs, and it's pretty easy to do so. And I would say it's justifiable most of the time. But probably weren't winning last night. I know a lot can happen in 3 minutes, but it didn't look like it was going their way. Man, Knicks take a 3-1 lead there. Brunson was great. It's what Tips teams do. The starters were awesome. You had 4 starters with 20+, and we got the Brunson game that we were waiting on. We were waiting on Brunson attack the basket, get to the charity stripe that we're so used to in the playoffs and throughout the regular season. We finally got it last night. Massive performance from him, 39 and 12. The Tatum injury should not take away what he did, leading his team to maybe the conference finals for the first time in 25 years.
I think the headline is Tatum, but the story is the Knicks. They have been as resilient as it gets. Mentioned already, game 1, down 20. Game 2, down 20. Game 4, at home, got to have it. Down 14, rally back and win. We're going to talk about the Celtics and their failures as a collective, right? I mean, not just you, not just me. The Knicks up 3-1 is the story. And now you look at the price, forget the East price and the title price. Look at the series price. Knicks minus 500. So the books are saying they're through. Totally. And look, I bashed Tatum a lot. He was the only thing going for them last night. 42. He took a lot of shots. I thought the story for the Celtics, again, they shoot themselves to a lead, and then they shoot themselves out of a lead. As a team. Not one player, not 2 players. As a team. Again, 48 threes, Joe. They missed 30 threes. And I don't know. My buddy texted me, my buddy Rick, who we've talked about on the show before. He says all the time, he's like, the Celtics are playing on a race to 125. Like they got to get there first, right? They have this lead in so many games, and rather than sit on it and melt shot clock and take care of the basketball, they just keep gunning, man. And it's happened multiple times in this series. They play with their pants on fire, and they play with a lead like they're down. I've never seen anything like it. A team be up 14, 20, 20, and just keep chucking threes. But at the end of the day, I'm tipping my White Sox cap to the Knicks. They have been the better team. They have been the more resilient team, and now they need one more against a shorthanded C's team.
It's like an NFL team up 28-7 in the fourth quarter, and we're just going deep constantly. Pass, pass, pass. We don't want to melt the clock at all. I don't understand it. Given the game and the situation, I guess they're comfortable going into the offseason saying, well, we just didn't shoot well. Is that acceptable? I guess you got a title doing that in a way. So maybe it is to some people, but I don't know. There are adjustments to be made, but they don't seem to want to make some of those adjustments. What about the dead guy and his futures? Maybe the woman was right all along.
I'm thinking, wait a minute, which dead guy is he talking
about?
There's a lot of bodies on this show. Yeah. The guy who passed away and his wife wanted the futures back. So she's probably very happy here. I was just looking at how much money Drew Holiday. I just combined Drew Holiday and Roy Halladay. Drew Holiday's salary. Do you know how much it is? Do you know how much he makes this year?
It's got to be a lot. Where are we at?
$30 million.
Yeah, sounds about
$30 million. He had 4 points last night. Horford had 5. Porzingis had 7. Your best players have to be your best players, and Tatum was very good. I actually saw this stat, which was crazy to me last night. Taylor Snow. Jason Tatum was in the midst of one of the best all-around games of his career and in playoff history before going down. You mentioned some of the stats. 42 points, 8 boards, 4 assists, 4 steals, 2 blocks. The only other players to have those numbers in a playoff game, Patrick Ewing, Hakeem Olajuwon. Think about that, man. Think about that. how good he was. And yet he's still going to get drilled because the team is not going to win. But a lot of Tatum talk. I want to be careful here. I don't want to bash the guy. I hope he's healthy. I hope he's okay.
No, he's not.
Just the shoes.
I mean, we
the
all
shoes,
know.
I can't deal with the pink shoes, man. I'm sorry. Can't deal with the pink shoes. Not a fan.
Out on pink? Pink Panther?
Can you
Totally
imagine?
out.
Can you imagine at St. Pat's showing up to the basketball tryout with those shoes on? What your coach would have said?
No, I couldn't imagine going to school, dude. You just get destroyed. You kidding me?
Can you imagine showing up with pink shoes to the tryout?
No, but
Okay.
when you're that good, I guess you can. They're just happy
Fine.
that you showed out.
I just can't. I can't compute the pink shoes. I'm sorry. I'll have to get over it.
No, I couldn't do it. Like, oh, before I leave the house, let me make sure I got my pinks on. No. my Peptos? No, it ain't happening. I'm just like,
No,
I'm gonna
the Air
get
Peps?
crucified. No, this is garbage. All right, so it's a theme. Injuries this round of the playoffs. See, like this one, we can say has completely flipped the series because it has. Golden State can't score. I don't want to hear about 110 at the end of the game. It's a lot of garbage, and we saw them trailing by a ton throughout this game. Minnesota wins over Golden State. We've got another 3-1 series, 117 to 110 your final. So the T-Wolves cover. This flies over the total by 25.5 points. The Warriors without Steph make only 8 threes in the game. It's not like the T-Wolves were chucking it a ton, but they shot at a very high rate from the outside at 47%. They make 8 more threes. Obviously, your difference there, 24 points. They were saying Jimmy Butler did not feel well throughout the day. Well, he didn't play well. 14 points in 34 minutes. Buckets, only taking 9 shots in a playoff game. Abnormal for buckets, especially when you don't have Steph on the court.
And the Wolves may be putting an end to the Warriors dynasty as we know it. Ant just killing them. 30 points, only to be outdone by Randall, who had 31. Very good. Played like he was playing at Kentucky, for crying out loud. But this is another franchise in Golden State where they're on the 17th hole with Curry and Draymond and Jimmy. Like there's not a lot of basketball left there with those three guys, especially with Steph and Draymond together. I mean, maybe one more year, maybe they run it back. But this young team in Minnesota, man, with the vets, of course, but you know, Edwards and Randall, whew, man, that kid's good. You know, he finishes with 30. He was the catalyst too. It was close for a while. And then all of a sudden, Minnesota hit the NOS, went on that 17-0 run in the third, and left them in the dust. And then everybody on Golden State's like, on offense, they're trying to find the guy who could score. Everybody's passing it around, and they're like, "Oh, we don't have anybody."
Nobody.
Who do we pass it to? Nobody can score. What do we do? We need buckets. What do we do?
Yeah, I know.
And you said it. You said it after Game 3. They don't have the scoring. And, you know, the cover got hairy at the end a little bit. Golden State had a chance at the buzzer. They got some 7-footer shooting a 27-foot three. Air ball. Lose by 7. Spread 4.5, 5. It got hairy late, but Minnesota was always in control of that game from halftime on.
If you're looking from a prop perspective, as we were trying to figure out who takes on the heavy load with Curry out, is Kuminga. And again, he's their leading scorer off the bench. I know it doesn't matter much, but we're talking for people that play props. 23 points. He's their leading scorer off the bench. 23. Shot leader. You're right. Draymond and my guy Pods, 14 each. They took the most shots on the team. When Draymond is taking your most amount of shots, that's trouble for you. I will say, your guy Edwards, I loved what he had to say after the game. Like, he's not satisfied going up 3-1. He was pointing out, we're not playing well enough. We need to finish teams, and we didn't do that tonight. Like, he's pissed off almost, and they're up 3-1. I loved seeing that from him.
Yeah, he was lethal in that third quarter. Everything he put up felt like was going down. Pajemski, by the way, That was the number one prop in Where's the Room in the night game, under 11.5. He's
sweaty.
sitting on 11. He goes up, throws a layup. It gets blocked off the glass. They call it goaltending. Then they go to the monitor and review it. It's not goaltending. He never scores again. So he lands on 11. The Room gets it done on Pajemski. And one more quick thing. I know we're up against it here. My buddy Rackjack is 37-15 in the NBA playoffs. He's at Rackjack 24. Joe, this guy is smoking the playoffs, ATS.
What's he? ATS. That's ATS?
37-15 at Rackjack 24. Give our guy a follow.
Damn, ATS. We also need to circle back to the Celtics-Knicks most popular props from yesterday. We'll get to that coming up. NBA playoffs. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
The second pick will be made by the San Antonio Spurs, and that means that the number 1 pick in the 2025 NBA Draft goes to the Dallas Mavericks.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Bet_sweats on X, Bet_sweats. Sam at SP Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski. Welcome back. You've got Bet Sweats weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time right here on the BetMGM Network. Yeah, that was another headline. A busy night in the association. The draft lottery. And of course, we've seen it happen before. It happens again. People are screaming conspiracy theory, and I understand why. Because we have a long shot, take it home, get the number 1 overall pick. And this time around, it is a very important one. Because a guy whose name we repeated again and again throughout the college basketball season, Cooper Flagg, we all know he's going number 1. And teams were tanking intentionally, as they should have been. I would have been doing the exact same thing. Here's the rub. The teams that were tanking, Sam, didn't work out for them. I think it's worth the risk. That's part of the narrative today. Oh, see, tanking doesn't work. It's a level playing field. Look at how the NBA flattened the odds, this and that. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. No. It is worth it. It just didn't work out this time around for teams like Utah, Washington, New Orleans. They're in that 5, 6, 7 range. The Dallas Mavericks, Nico Harrison, after they've been chanting, fire him for trading Luka. Now the Mavs get the number 1 pick. And a lot of people that are older like us that remember the NBA in the 90s, even before that, are thinking, are we in cold envelope days?
The Patrick Ewing frozen envelope. Just reach in and touch the cold one. Just reach in and touch it. Cooper Flagg minus 20,000, by the way, to go first overall. I just want to read a couple facts, and then you can react if you'd like.
Mm-hmm.
So the Cavs won the lottery immediately after LeBron left. The Pelicans won the lottery immediately after Chris Paul got traded. The Pelicans won the lottery again after Anthony Davis got traded. And now the Mavs win it after Luka gets traded. Those are just facts. Really add much there. But after LeBron leaves, CP leaves, Anthony Davis leaves, Luka leaves, those 4 teams all win the lottery. Is that mathematically possible for that to happen 4 times like that? Probably not. But there's just crazy conspiracies, man. Like, the league did this on purpose. The Mavs were mediocre. Luka wanted out. They wanted them to go to LeBron, and then the league said, "Hey, we'll take care of you." I don't know that. It's not my thought. It's been batted around social for the last 15 hours that the league made this happen. I don't know that for certain, but there's a pattern here. Superstar leaves team wins lottery. It's happened now 4 times.
Yeah, and that's fair. Here's what I would say is that, okay, let's change the results. It's not Dallas number 1. Let's say it's San Antonio. And so now we got Cooper Flagg joining Wemby, which we can get into all the possibilities there. Are we saying conspiracy theory that they want a young, exciting team? And look, you've got the 2 next superstars of the next generation of NBA players put together on the same team. They built their own mega team for like the next decade or so. Are we saying conspiracy theory of San Antonio wins?
I think we're saying conspiracy theory if it's, 28 of 30 teams, to be fair.
Philly, we're saying conspiracy theory. Right. They wanted Flagg in the Eastern Conference. You got a major market. Like, that's the thing here. And so I'm on the side of, that's a bunch of garbage. We would connect dots in some way if it were a number of teams outside of like Charlotte, Utah, New Orleans, which unless you're a fan of those teams, nobody wants.
Right. I think individually it's not a big deal, but when you take those 4 silos and stack them up, the examples that I gave you, you start to scratch your head. But good for Dallas. I'm seeing the chat right now. How funny would it be, Jake says, if they fired Nico Harrison today? Be kind of funny.
Dude, he mentioned the other day how he's got 3 years left on his contract. Like, he's thinking about it. And you don't need GMs to play out their contract, right? To work out their contract. That's not quite how it rolls. They don't make the same amount of money as a lot of NBA coaches. But, dude, this roller coaster with the Mavs, 1.8%. And we've seen this a bunch recently, right? Where extreme long shot. We lived it when the Bulls got Derrick Rose and the number 1 overall pick. And it's happened a bunch of other times. And again, it's different because of the Cooper Flag stuff. They're in the NBA Finals. They trade their superstar, and now they get the number 1 pick. What a wild run. And not only with Dallas here, we mentioned San Antonio at number 2 overall. They have so many assets. They have the NBA Rookie of the Year. They have the dude of the future. And what does San Antonio end up doing with the pick? Giannis, maybe?
Oh, man.
Like, what if Giannis goes down there? We got to talk to Jeff Sherman about that later on.
Can you imagine trying to score on a team with Giannis and Wemby?
It would be awesome.
Right. 3 quick markets for you. Flag, I mentioned, minus 20,000 to go first. Dylan Harper, son of Ron Harper, he is minus 1,600 to go second. And then number 3 is sort of up for grabs. Ace Bailey currently favored minus 135, and then VJ Edgecombe plus 175. As people always say, the draft will start at 3 because it will be Flag and it will be Harper. Very, very likely that's the combo 1-2, and then we'll see what happens at number 3. But congrats to Dallas. I guess that's a payback for trading Luka.
If Giannis does really like smaller markets, like he likes his life in Milwaukee, but he doesn't like the idea that they have almost no chance to win moving forward. They have no draft picks moving forward for quite some time. The idea of San Antonio, and you're joining Pop's organization, and you're joining Wemby and Castle, that if that's real and he tries to force his way out, this might be Milwaukee's best option.
Are you buying
basically
stock?
Get Harper?
Are we all right? So let's play this forward. We get the markets for next year. Are we buying Spurs to win West ASAP? Yes or no?
Maybe we should. I wish they were in the other conference. It would be so much easier. But are they next year's Thunder?
If they get Giannis, they're maybe ahead of that. I mean, you already, because you have the superstar that's won a title. I don't know that it's fair to compare OKC and San Antonio, but people will. And if you have a young upstart team, not captain, but led by an NBA champion, it's a fair comparison.
You got a lot of old teams in the West too. Another year older. Lakers, Warriors, Clippers. Those teams are all old, man. Thunder are even money favorites for the NBA title. Yeah, we should consider that. We should definitely consider that because I think that's a real possibility. Now, when it's expected, it rarely happens in the NBA, but I could see that. That would make a lot of sense. Oh, man, NBA. So much drama. The storylines are always fun. Like everybody's cheating, drama everywhere. That was something. But you're right. Like almost every team, we would come up with some sort of a storyline. See, it's rigged. They fixed it. Bulls got 12. I know you're excited.
Oh, good. That'll make them better. That'll get them out of the middle. They are literally in the middle and have no hope of getting better. Not good enough to win and not bad enough to pick in the top 5. Allegedly, they lost a coin flip to Dallas, and then according to Casey Johnson, who's covered the team forever, Bulls lost a coin flip to the Mavericks. Mavericks got the number 1 pick. I don't know that it's that simple. If they won the coin flip, they get the number 1 pick. I don't know, but Bulls Twitter naturally up in arms, losing their minds. Have fun at number 12, where you miss every, superstar. Have fun.
And the next tier. Let's get to these games tonight. I do want to mention another storyline in Celtics Knicks in our world. The 5 most popular props Where's the room coming up 10:40 Eastern? 0-5.
Kate,
love it.
Kate was in yesterday, and going into the segment, she asks, "What's this? Where's the room?" I said, "Buckle up." And then the intro played, and her eyes exploded. She didn't know what to do. She saw the Reaper with the blade, the blood under the door. She was not ready for the intro. Nobody ever is. I'm still not ready for it half the time.
Yeah.
The room did not do well in the first game. The room cleaned up in the second game. But again, another night where the room goes, 4-6. You had 2 first field goal props. One in the first game, one in the second game. The room likes losing money on roulette bets in first
Have they
field
won
goal
one
land.
of these? Have they ever won? I don't think they've ever
Brunson
won.
5-1. Edwards 475. I think the room should stop betting on who's going to score the first basket.
Maybe the room's trying to tell us something like, hey, this is who it's not going to be. So now you got a better chance. Pick one of the other 9 guys. Yeah. They never win those. And they always take the worst odds too. It's like 4-1 range, 5-1. Odds suck. And they still end up getting it wrong. All right. As far as tonight, we've got Indiana, a chance to clinch their spot in the conference finals. 7.5-point dog. Going on the road. Cavs big favorite. The tough part here, sitting here on a Tuesday morning, is Donovan Mitchell is listed as a game-time decision, but we saw all of the other injured Cavs make their return in the last game. 7.5-point favorite, 229 in the hook is the total facing elimination.
We have seen Cleveland so far this series at home be around 10 at home. And to have 7 on the open and out to 7.5, that's indicative of a star player not going. I mean, a guy like Mitchell's probably worth 3 points, maybe 4. I mean, that's a very fair connection of dots. I don't want to take Indiana. I feel like that's going to be a very popular bet. Total, pretty much where it's been, 230. Not really a surprise there.
Mm-hmm.
What's up with your guy, Ty Jerome? He had a coming out party a couple weeks ago, and he's on a milk carton as of late. They need – I hate to say they need their ancillary guys to pick it up, but they do. I mean, their role players have been really bad, and if your star player, Donovan Mitchell, might not go, you need somebody to step up. Do we trust Cleveland? I guess the question is, do you trust Cleveland more or Boston more without Mitchell, without Tatum? I don't know. I'm asking rhetorically because I haven't really thought about it until right now. I think Boston, but I don't know, man. I don't know what the answer to that question is.
So, yeah, I understand why you bring up Ty Jerome. I had the exact same thought that he's had some explosive games and then he's silent, like non-existent for the majority of the series. I was thinking about Garland in his second game back. He gave us 27 minutes last game. His prop is 18.5 points in his return, rather third game back. Like he goes from 10 to 21 last game and 6 assists. He has not been hitting the outside shot. I mean, he's 3 for 12 on threes, but if Mitchell doesn't go, they're going to need a lot out of Garland if they plan on winning this game. So that's a direction that I would look. Now, some spots are already at 19.5. I see BetMGM. It's juiced to the under, but they're up to 19.5. There are 18.5s out there. That's the guy that I was thinking that comes through for them tonight.
I'm looking at our Odds Logic injury screen. The obvious ones. Curry ruled out Wednesday at Minnesota. Donovan Mitchell questionable tonight against Indiana. Jason Tatum, questionable Wednesday. What?
Dude, he's out.
Really?
Yeah. We know the game. MRI, they'll make it official later today. I would add in this series, the 3 wins for the Pacers all go over. So it's been Pacers over, and then the one Cavs win went under, if that's worth anything to you. But, yeah, so Cavs a big favorite. We wait on the Mitchell news. I'm thinking Garland props. Do you like anything, or are you just kind of waiting on Mitchell news?
I need to see what happens with Mitchell for sure. It's very difficult to assess, and then everything will change if he's in or out, right? Like the script will change on how they play and how they attack. So it's very difficult. If he's in, they're going to get bet. I might bet Indiana. Say he gets ruled in, I might take the extra point or two with Indiana.
Yeah, that's certainly a fair point. We expected them to be playing it down the middle. We'll also get to Thunder Nuggets. We get that game tonight. Game number 5 of the set, and it is tied 2-2. Up next, there are a bunch of NFL games we already know about. The league is leaking it. That's next on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
43-yard attempt from the right hash mark. And he hits the upright again. That's impossible.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
We'll talk some NBA with Noops coming up top of the hour, 20 minutes from right now. Welcome back, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich with you. Yes, we are in the middle of the NBA playoffs. We've got the Stanley Cup playoffs as well. We'll get to our MLB card coming up at 10:20 Eastern time. But we know some of the NFL schedule. The NFL is leaking the NFL schedule ahead of time. It will all be out tomorrow, and throughout the next couple of days, you'll see a lot of stuff on social media. I don't really care about it. I don't care about the leaks. I kind of ignore most of it, and I just pay attention when the entire schedule's out. But since the league has done this slow trickle, okay, it's officially official. We got graphics and all that stuff, and we have lines. That's the most important part. Sam, we've got 12 games, a dozen games already out there. Half of them, no, more than half, actually, international games. The NFL's awesome, man. Middle of the NBA playoffs, all this other stuff going on, and we're breaking down games happening in September, October, November, December.
Harry Tynowitz used to guard the Bears' schedule release like he had the nuclear codes. I remember.
It was so stupid. I hate it. And then Parkins did it, and then, like, I think it's so dumb. I just don't care that much.
Well, then you have the schedule, and you release it, and it's over, and nobody cares.
Ooh,
right?
No, yeah, I guess. Some people are digging for every nugget. Like, we know the opponent for every team. Whatever your favorite team is, we know the opponents. It's just a matter of, okay, do we have any primetime games? Do we have 3 straight road games? Are there rest disadvantage games? Like, that's the stuff you're looking for, really. And maybe if you're trying to come up with some travel plans, like you're thinking, you know what? I'd really like to go out to Vegas. And that would be awesome if it's in the winter and I'm in a cold city, something like that. But aside from that, I mean, you know who you're playing. It's just a matter of the order. But that's just how much we love the NFL, how obsessed we are that the order of the games that we already know about means so much.
The NFL needs to be nurtured every month of the year. And this is another example of, all right, we just had the draft in April. We'll release the schedule on May 14th, but hey, we'll leak a bunch of games before the 14th to make it even more about us. The NFL just needs attention, basically. Like some people we know. You just need attention all the time. That's what the NFL is. Look at me, filter, look at me. Here's a list of the games, by the way, the international games. Paul put this in the rundown. So on Friday, September 5, we get the Chargers and a team that will be announced tomorrow, probably leaked today. On September 28th, in Dublin, Vikings and Steelers. The very next week, the Vikings are playing in London. So the Vikings play in Dublin and then in London. Second game against the Browns. Also in London, on October 12th, the Broncos and the Jets. October 19th, London, Rams and Jags. November 9th in Berlin, Falcons and Colts. And November 16th in Madrid, Commanders and Dolphins. Okay, cool. Why are the Vikings playing in Dublin and London in back-to-back weeks? I don't understand that.
These games all suck. Right? I guess it's a favor for the league. And then when we're talking about it into September, early October, we're going to say because the Vikings are not dealing with the travel, that Minnesota will have an advantage because they're there for the second week. We've seen it with Jacksonville a number of times over the years where they do the back-to-back week thing, and then the second week that they have an advantage. And that second week, Minnesota's playing one of the worst teams in the NFL in Cleveland. And people will be hoping that it's Shedeur Sanders at that point. I doubt it. I think it will be at some point. But, yeah, I mean, of all of these international games, of the 7, we don't know about the Chargers opponent. Based on what we know, Vikings-Steelers looks by far the best.
Maybe.
What is it? Is there another one?
I don't know.
Rams-Jags?
Maybe Rams-Jags has some intrigue because you have Liam Cohen going up against McVay. Cohen coached under McVay, and maybe Jacksonville is better than people think. I mean, I agree with you on the surface. Like, you have a playoff team and a playoff team, Minnesota and Pittsburgh. That, if you're making odds, that would be the favorite to be the best game right now. But crazy things happen. Do the Steelers have Aaron Rodgers? There was a rumor floating yesterday about Aaron Rodgers just joined a very bougie country club outside Pittsburgh, and I texted Chris Andrews, and he goes, I hope it's not true. So that's how Steelers fans are reacting to the news. Falcons, Colts, maybe. It depends on who the Chargers play, really. I mean, that could be, if it's Chargers and a playoff team, that could be the best game. Also, worth noting, the Bears play at the Eagles on Black Friday. That'll be a good game. And the Eagles currently a 7-point favorite in that game. You got a couple books that have prices on these games. I'm not betting any of them right now because I don't care. I don't want to leave my money in the account on a football game that game's November 28th. It's May 13th. But some books have prices up, and we got odds on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, like 12 games at a couple sports books. So if you want to bet it, have at it. I will not.
Let's kind of work through these a little bit. Season opener, September 4th. Oh, it's early doesn't it feel early? It's usually the second week of September, right? September 4th. It does feel like it's starting early.
I think last year was like September 8th. I don't know why I have that in my head, but I feel like Chiefs-Ravens was September 8th.
That sounds right. Okay, so the Eagles are a 7-point favorite over the Cowboys. So an NFC East matchup. My first reaction is take the points. Take the Cowboys +7 on the road in that divisional matchup. I can't sit here and say that I'm going to bet the Cowboys a good amount this year, but I think they're going to be improved, and maybe before the market adjusts would be the time to bet on them.
I love this. Should we give a lock? Should we give an early lock for these games that are all lined? I agree with you. I don't think 7 is going to make it to post. I feel like that's going to be closer to 6. I was guessing before we got the line yesterday. I guessed 5. And obviously I was a little short there, but I don't think 5 is going to be too far off the closing number. I lean to the 7. We also know over the years when teams win a Super Bowl, open up, there's so many theatrics that first night, right? You got the rings are going out, the banners are getting raised. You got all your family and friends begging you for tickets. There's a lot of things working against that home team. And I remember I was telling the story yesterday, the day that the Patriots opened up against the Chiefs. Patriots had just won the Super Bowl. Chiefs went in and whooped their ass. And that was a big Kareem Hunt, Tyreek Hill game. I mean, they laid it on the Patriots. So, I mean, that kind of sticks out in terms of like handicapping these opening night games where the champ has a lot of things to deal with. I remember they were showing like all Brady's kids and there's Brady's parents and how hard it was to get tickets. And then the Chiefs, there's another touchdown for the Chiefs. So that one just kind of sticks in my craw a little bit. I think 7's a little too big, but we got a long way to go, man. September 4th.
I know.
Before that game.
Yeah, and to be clear, I'm on the same page with you. I'm not betting any of these. I think these are fun to talk about. And maybe there are some people out there that are looking like, okay, it's going to be Aaron Rodgers. And when Aaron Rodgers is named the quarterback, this won't be 6.5. Broncos a road favorite. Maybe some people are doing that. I'm not doing that. Week 10, Monday Night Football. We've got a playoff rematch. Here's another good one. I mean, we keep bringing up the Eagles because they are going to have a very tough schedule this year. Eagles at the Packers for that Week 10 game. And it's Eagles, a 1.5-point road favorite at Lambeau.
That's it, huh?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of respect for the cheese there. But Jordan Love in that building is a different monster. Is Jordan Love healthy? Question mark. Who knows? See, that'll be a game if we get around that time and it's Philly 1.5. Don't we just tease the Packers up through 7? That seems like a no-brainer.
Yeah. Here's the Eagles again. Black Friday, hosting the Bears.
Yep.
Touchdown favorites. So we mentioned Eagles. Sunday season opener. Playoff rematch Monday night against Green Bay. Hosting Chicago Black Friday. They're also involved in that Saturday doubleheader, Philadelphia at Washington. A lot of high-profile, tough matchups for the Eagles.
Let's build a teaser here. I'm kidding.
The
I'm not going to bet
doubleheader
this.
one?
Let me tease.
December
Let me
20th?
tease right now.
Let's do the December 20th. Yeah, December 20th. Saturday doubleheader teaser. We can take Washington, put it through the 7, so we get Washington plus 7.5, and then we'll take the Bears plus 7.5 against the Packers.
It just moved a little bit, not going to lie. Talking about teasing the NFL on May 13th. Here we go, baby.
Key numbers. Yeah. Love it. Love it.
Oh, man. You're going to pay that Eagles tax, though, all year long. Good grief. I mean, 7 at home against the Cowboys, 1.5 at Green Bay, 7 at home against the Bears, 1.5 at Washington. They're already taxing you on the champs.
Mm-hmm.
And understandably so. That's how it works.
Christmas night. We get Christmas football again. It's the Broncos at the Chiefs. The Chiefs a 4.5-point favorite. That's a lot of respect for Denver.
I am so excited for NFL. So excited. This is what they do. They just get us pumped.
Maybe we should talk to Noops about that. I'm sure he's got thoughts on his Eagles, his Sixers not winning the draft lottery last night, and of course, those 2 games last night, get a couple more tonight. We'll talk about it all with Noops right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
But regardless, the Thunder will even this series at 2 games apiece as they storm into Denver.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM network.
Yep. We're getting closer to the Eastern Conference Finals that everybody was waiting on, right? That everybody predicted. Pacers and the Knickerbockers. Joe, Sammy P, this is Bet Sweats. Welcome back here on the BetMGM network. A lot of different topics that we want to address with our guy, Noops. Noops Christensen here, _Noops on X. Find his work over at FTN Fantasy and BetUS. Got plenty of NBA stuff over there. Let's start with the draft lottery, though, Noops, because just in my mind, I was like, they need Cooper Flag to go in the Eastern Conference, and everybody will scream conspiracy theory, but I think the Sixers, Noops' Sixers, are going to get the overall #1 pick. That's not how it goes down. We understand what happens with the Mavs, but everybody's still screaming conspiracy. So our thought process was, you know what? Everybody's going to scream conspiracy with almost any result except for the markets the NBA probably didn't want with Flag.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely the case. And it's one of those things where I generally roll my eyes and get a little sick in my stomach whenever people try to engage in, well, this is rigged, this is fixed, it's an entertainment league, there's a script, blah, blah, blah. Come on. Like, we're talking about some of the richest people in the world. If this thing was fixed, you're telling me James Dolan wouldn't hire like a whole investigative unit of people to go out there and figure it out? Like, I just refuse to believe any of this stuff is fixed. I mean, as for the way that it actually went out, I mean, Dallas, I laughed. I mean, even when we got to the top 4, as someone who is a Sixers fan, I just started laughing. Because in the broadcast, they did try to point out that, oh, they got jumped, the Sixers are done. But I was like, wait a minute, that's not quite the case yet. So to have that as your final 4, and honestly, you look at it, to have none of the teams that were really bad all year be rewarded. I mean, Charlotte is the only team that's in the top 4. Utah's not in the top 4. Washington's not in the top 4. Brooklyn was unable to get in there. So, again, I mean, if you want to believe this is rigged, maybe it's the league trying to say, hey, we don't want you tanking. Let's try to reward some of these teams that didn't. Regardless, it's going to be a fascinating draft. Whether the Mavericks take Cooper Flag with the #1 pick or maybe Nico Harrison tries to get creative and do something with that pick, we'll see. But it's going to be one of the most interesting drafts we've had in a long time, simply based on the teams that somehow snuck into the top 5.
Rather than talk about rigged or not rigged, I want to just volley a point Joe made at you, and then you take it wherever you want. Joe is thinking San Antonio is having a hard conversation in that room right now about trading the pick and packaging it for Giannis. Thoughts on that?
It's the best offer that I think Milwaukee's going to get, especially if San Antonio is willing to put Stephon Castle in there, which I don't know why you wouldn't. The #2 pick in the draft, everyone says it's Dylan Harper. Probably, let's just assume that's what it is. The #2 pick in the draft plus Stephon Castle, I mean, that's as close as Milwaukee's going to be able to get to trying to sort of renew their future. I mean, without having control over any of their draft picks until, I think, 2031 or whatever the year is, Milwaukee is not going to be able to tank. They're in a situation that kind of Brooklyn was a couple years ago, but even worse before Brooklyn was able to get back their draft pick. So if you're Milwaukee and you're looking at deals, do you want the Houston Rockets poo-poo platter of guys that we're not really sure are going to develop? Or would you rather have the Spurs give you a bunch of draft picks, give you the rookie of the year and the #2 pick in one of the best drafts we've seen in a long time? I think that's a really interesting offer. And if you're San Antonio, maybe you don't want to tie, maybe a chance to tie Wembanyama to somebody who could play with his rest career is interesting. But this team's kind of ready to go. I don't know how you turn down the opportunity to get Giannis. So I think it's very real to consider the Spurs a suitor for the Milwaukee Bucks' best player.
Should we be looking at Spurs futures now?
Probably not. It's not the worst idea, but I'm just not at the point where I think that it's that serious that we are in a position where San Antonio really is going to sort of make that maneuver. It's not a bad idea, but I'm just not there yet.
Mm-hmm. Well, the results last night, I don't know. If you're betting aside, if you're an observer of the league, it wasn't exactly what we were hoping for, but probably expected with Golden State because they just can't score without Steph Curry. So that was not a surprise at all. Ant and business, take care of company. Minnesota wins there. And then the Knicks win. a number of these series are going to be pointing to injuries, but I don't know that that's really the truth. Yes, it completely flipped the series with Minnesota and Golden State, but it looked like the Celtics were losing anyways, and Tatum was awesome last night. So you blow a big lead when you're the Cavs too, without some of your guys. I know it's going to be easy for people to do that, but I don't know that it tells a true story with injuries, except for the Golden State Minnesota one. The results last night, what were your takeaways?
I totally agree with you, Joe. When you're trying to, come up with reasons for the way things are going south, Golden State, it's obviously we're an older team. We're missing our best, most important player. As to the Celtics, you got to look in the mirror. You need to go back and watch these fourth quarters over and over and over again. If I'm Joe Mazzulla, whatever TVs are throughout the Celtics organization for the entire summer, I'm just running these fourth quarters over and over and over again, like Scarface at a rapper's house. This is all we need to be watching right now. It is incredible to see how this team changes. For 3 quarters, we're pushing pace. The ball's moving. We're attacking the basket. And then suddenly the fourth quarter starts and they turn into a terrified turtle. They hide back in their shell, basically just shooting up 3-pointers every once in a while. It's unbelievable to me to be able to give up leads like this with arguably the best roster in the NBA. So if you're Boston, if you're Tatum, if you're Brown, if you're Mazzulla, I don't know what needs to happen for this come to Jesus moment of truth that needs to happen here, but this is embarrassing. I mean, Cleveland's losing because of a lot of injuries on their side, the fact that Indiana's underrated. Golden State's losing because their best player is hurt. Boston's losing these games because they just stink. They just can't keep it together in the fourth quarter, and they just kind of turn in on themselves. So if you're Boston, you've got to be embarrassed.
I'm embarrassed because I bet Boston on the money line. I didn't lay 6. I just went money line. I took my money from Saturday and just pressed it on Monday, and I'm sitting here saying they're not going to lose. They're not going to lose. And felt good, Noops. They're up 14, third quarter, timeout New York. And then I did not feel good. What's up? I mean, what do you expect from Tatum here? They're saying he's questionable for Wednesday. He's not really questionable, is he?
My guess is, since questionable means nothing, if you go back and look throughout the entire regular season, questionable could mean anything. It's not probable, it's not doubtful. So I think he's going to play. I would absolutely be blown away if Tatum didn't play an elimination game at home in a title defense here for the Celtics. But again, we'll see. It's one of those things where with wrist injuries and stuff like that, we don't know what's happening today. We don't know what the swelling's like. We don't know what any of that stuff's like. It didn't seem that serious. Again, was able to finish the game and everything he looked okay for the most part, I thought. So even though he is technically listed as questionable, that doesn't really mean much to me. I think he plays.
We've got a lot of massive favorites when looking at the current state of these series right now. Talked about New York, -600. Indiana, -325. You've got the Thunder. Oh, it's 2-2. That'll be short, right? No. It's my OKC -625. Is there a dog you think? And of course, Minnesota -5,000 in the series here. I mean, do we have our Final Four? Is it all set, or is there going to be a sweat where one of these series is going to go deep?
I do think that we're probably set with the 4, but this is the same person that spent months on this show and other shows saying that we're going to see the Celtics and the Cavaliers play in the Eastern Conference Finals. So who knows what I know at this point, but I do think that Cleveland, I think, has a chance to actually come back and beat this Indiana team. I just don't feel great about it. Just when they think they're getting Mobley and Garland back, now Mitchell's hurt. I just think that there's too many problems there for them. If they can win Game 5, they get to go to Indiana in Game 6. If they can win that, then it's Game 7 in Cleveland. Things look really tough. I think the Celtics are done. They just, again, everyone's healthy. They just look like they just don't have a way of sort of putting it together. The Warriors are done. Minnesota's going to win that series. I think Oklahoma City's going to win. I still feel pretty confident about that. Maybe Jokic can sort of pull them together. But if I had to pick one, I still think Cleveland, if they can somehow get Mitchell on the court here for this next game, has maybe the best chance of any of these teams down 3-1.
Any bets for Pacers and Cavs tonight?
It's a really, really tough spot. I need to look and see kind of, again, who's going to be playing, who's not going to be playing. But why not just take the Pacers? I'm at the point where I'm not really going to be overthinking these things. It's a 7.5-point spread. That basically was the spread when we thought Cleveland was going to be healthy to start the series. They're not. And we continue to look kind of at the same number here. And it's something I talk about a lot. Everyone's like, it's a must-win game. We got to bet on the must-win team. Is that a good thing? Is that a good thing to be in a situation where you absolutely have to win? Does that make you play better? Does that raise your level, or does it create more anxiety? Does it create more nerves? I tend to sort of think that that's a situation where I don't actually love being on the team that has to win. It's a lot more pressure than the other team that knows they can sort of come through. So I've got the Pacers plus 7.5. Again, maybe it's not that easy. Maybe we kind of see Cleveland really put one on them with Indiana knowing they can go back in game 6. But the Pacers have just fought absolutely all 48 minutes of every game of this series. I think they will tonight. 7.5 is too many. Give me Indiana.
And if you do get Mitchell, we'll get more than 7.5 too, right? So yeah, that would be a look there. What about Nuggets and Thunder? This one's double digits. What do you do? Like, what's the thought process coming off of that hideous performance we saw from both teams as far as the scoring ended up going? What are you thinking for this game?
I think that they basically showed us the key to betting the rest of this series, and that is unders. Find ways to bet unders. If you want to bet a full game under, that's great. I think the best look tonight is a Denver Nuggets team total under. I'm seeing that listed around 104.5. This Nuggets offense, it's rough. It's really tough for them. This Thunder defense, not only the best defense in the NBA this season, but one of statistically the best defenses of all time, honestly. They've sort of figured out here what rotations they need to use. And one of the big parts about the playoffs, as you guys know, is having flexibility, having options to come back game to game and try something different. I don't know what the Nuggets can do to try different. I mean, maybe they just have Jokic shoot the ball 100 times. I just don't know what the adjustment is. Westbrook is really struggling. Michael Porter Jr. Got some sort of treatment, I think, that helped maybe a little bit last game. Still was not able to contribute in a big way. Christian Braun's having a great series, but that's kind of it. Jamal Murray looks limited. If you're Denver, I just don't know what you're doing here to win the game, let alone score 105 points. So I'm looking at the Nuggets team total under. I might just play it the rest of the way. I'm definitely playing it tonight.
Curious what you thought. News came out yesterday, actually right when we got off the air on Bet Sweats. Michael Jordan is going to be a special contributor to the NBA on NBC and Peacock. What was your initial reaction to that?
Special contributor is a very, very interesting term. He's not going to be a guest. He's not going to be a host. He's not going to be an analyst. He's a special contributor. So what does that mean? Is he going to be on halftime shows, pregame shows? Are they going to send him to arenas? Is it just going to be like videos from his house in that same chair he sat for The Last Dance, looking at iPads, talking trash on people? I don't know. It should be fun to have him involved. Obviously, whenever you have a great athlete like this, it's tough to understand how they will do in a media setting. Jordan has generally been good and stuff like that, but is it going to go kind of like Tom Brady's first year calling football games where it's kind of just odd and he's not really there? So I'm curious to see what his role is. I think more Michael Jordan is always more better. I just really wonder what a special contributor is going to be doing.
Attract eyeballs. We know that for damn sure. A couple more minutes with Noops Christensen at _Noops FTN Fantasy and BetUS. Good stuff with Noops. We typically talk NBA, but you're a Philadelphia guy. I want to squeeze in some NFL. I'm not asking for picks on these early numbers that are already posted. I see point spreads on a dozen games, but as we go over these high-profile matchups, I see your Eagles mentioned again and again. You got the season opener. You've got a Monday Night Football playoff rematch at the Packers. You've got a Black Friday game hosting the Bears. We think an improved Bears team, but we've said that before. Saturday doubleheader, Week 16, involved going at Washington. Is it going to be kind of a tough season here with this schedule, these high-profile matchups, and losing some players? You're muted, Newts.
Sorry. It happens every season in the NFL. Obviously, the teams that play the best end up getting the hardest schedules, so that's no surprise. The opponents, the Eagles, have to play. The division, I think, is still very strong outside of the Giants. We'll see what the Cowboys can sort of put together, but there's still some talent on that team, and we know how good Washington is. I mean, if you look at the Eagles, it's going to be a tough season, but last season was a tough season. You know, they've been sort of grinding through this for a little while, and it all comes down to is what is going to remain from what we saw last season. You know, we watched one of the youngest secondaries in the league just be incredible. I mean, is Cooper DeJean going to be able to back that up in his second season? I think so, but again, it's tougher to think of what's going to happen to some of these younger guys. They did lose some big pieces on the defensive line in terms of Milton Williams and Josh Sweat. Looks like they were able to maybe address that in the draft a little bit. So curious to see if the defense, again, can sort of coalesce around Vic Fangio and be solid. The offensive line, I am just amazed at the way Howie Roseman's able to rebuild that offensive line every year. They continue to lose guys. Jason Kelsey retired before last season. Mekhi Becton's gone coming into this year. They continue to find guys. So that would be my only real hesitation. Can, once again, for the third, fourth season in a row, the Eagles find a way to continue to have arguably the best offensive line in the league and a really solid defense? I think the answer is yes. At the end of the day, you've got Jalen Hurts, you've got Devontae Smith, you've got A.J. Brown, you've got Saquon Barkley. The offense should be pretty solid. So I'm fairly optimistic, but it's going to be one of the tougher seasons I think the Eagles have had in a couple years.
_Noops on X, FTN Fantasy, BetUS. We always appreciate your time, Noops. I'm guessing Joe G saying on WIP today that the Eagles are not making the playoffs with the schedule that they'll be facing. We'll get to today's MLB card on the other side. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Carroll to the left. Starting to carry. Ramos back. It's gone. Opposite field power for Corbin Carroll, and it's 1-0.
Out to the big part of the yard, still going, and it's another home run into the Arizona bullpen. 2-0 Arizona.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
We'll hit today's MLB card coming up in a couple of moments. 20 minutes from now, Where's the Room? If you listen to Where's the Room and you faded the room on Knicks Celtics, you went 5-0. Or, I guess you can't do that first field goal bet. You go 4-0, right? Because none of them were winners yesterday. So very curious where the room is at heading into the games tonight. Welcome back. This is Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich, Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. All right, Sam. So on Sunday, I made sure I had to make the trip. I'm like, let's go to 7-Eleven. Jack, you come along. Yes, fine. You can get a Slurpee. I think they might have a Sun Times. It's crazy. This business is so wild, and it's changed so much. But if you would have told me at some point in my life that we would be mentioned on the cover of the sports section of the Sun Times, the 8.5 Bears. Obviously, listeners to this show know that we are referring to the win total. I guess it was out online like on Friday, the story that we were mentioned in. And then I didn't even know. I'm okay. Is this the Sunday paper? Okay, yeah, it's much thinner than growing up, but that's how the business is now. I get to the sports section and see, wait, this is the lead sports story in the Sunday Chicago Sun-Times about the Bears win total.
You're the lead of the story too. He builds it up to your part when you talk about the Bears only having one over since firing Lovey. So Rob obviously follows the show. Great plug, by the way. Plugged our show, plugged the network, plugged the time of our show, and even put 105.9 FM-2 in there, which I loved. I love that. But it's the Bet Sweat boys hanging out with you on Mother's Day Sunday in the Sun-Times. Now, to your point, when I was a kid, the paper cost $1.50 on Sunday, and it was 3 times the size. Is it?
Yes.
You have the price on there? Is it $3? Right?
You know, I didn't see the price. I was looking for it actually. I was looking for the price.
$3. I'm pretty sure the Sunday sports paper is $3, and it's substantially smaller than it used to be.
Dude, substantially? My guess, because my dad got the paper every day. What you see in a Sunday paper now is much thinner than a Wednesday back in the day. I'd say 20%. And here's what blew me away, because I know it's just a reality. A lot of people have not picked up the hard copy of a new actual newspaper. I don't see them that often. They don't have at every corner, you put in 35 cents for the Sun-Times. That's how it was growing up for me. Or eventually it got to 50 cents. And you open it up, and if you want 10, you can grab 10, but just take one. That's what you're supposed to do. The cover of the Sun-Times, take a look at it. This is the cover, not news. I was expecting Pope something because the Pope is selling. Every time I put on TV, there's a Chicago-related story. There were half-hour shows dedicated to the Chicago Pope and his brother, who, by the way, lives 10 minutes from me. The brother that you love. I realized, I'm like, oh, he's in New Lenox, who was like, ill. Cubs fan? No. But this is the cover, not the news. It is a sale.
It's an ad
for Jewel Osco. Yeah,
the
they
Jewels.
got all their food there. The Jewels. They got the food and the flowers and the blueberries and the whole thing. Like, wow. That was another slap in the face how times have certainly changed. The cover of the Sunday Sun-Times is one big ad because they need the money.
That's what actually my brother said, because I texted him. I said, hey, can you pick up a copy? Obviously, I'm not in Chicago. My parents are in Florida. Yeah. So I said, hey, can you pick up a paper? And he said, why? I was like, fair there. I said, Joe and I are in it. Can you go pick up a copy? And his first response to me after getting said paper was, it's all ads. That's all it is.
Yeah.
And I said, well, I think that's pretty telling. I mean, we just lost 3 more writers at the Sun-Times. They just bought out Potsy, and they bought out Tellender, and they bought out Rick Morrissey. Those are the guys I read throughout my childhood at the Sun-Times, not to get too nostalgic, but there was nothing like ripping open a Sun-Times. I always liked the Sun-Times because it was like side to side, and the Tribune, I always thought as a kid it was harder to read the Trib because it was a vertical paper and the Sun-Times was horizontal. Sun-Times also was the first paper of the two to put odds in the paper. Like you had
Lance Culver.
They used USA Today odds, I think. Or no, not USA Today odds. No, that wouldn't make any sense. Not at Sun-Times. They used. I don't remember. But I remember being a kid, like flipping open. You get through the outdoor section, then the high school section, and then the odds were on the same page as the box scores. So it was cool to be in the paper. Rob clearly doing us a solid here. I know Mitch was happy about it. Said he was happy about the pub. So what did Jack say about Dad being in the paper?
I was just going to get to that. So I'm showing him in 7-Eleven. He's got his Slurpee, and he goes, "Wait, we came here because your name is mentioned in this one sentence?" I go, "Yeah, it's pretty awesome." And then like it kind of set in. He's like, "Why is your name in the newspaper?" I go, "Because I'm the man." And then he's just like, "Really?" And then it kind of said it. He's like, "Wait, that is pretty cool. That is awesome." But like, you got to remember, to these kids, he's 12 years old. Like the newspaper's not a thing. Like to us growing up, it was huge. And also Sun-Times family for me. Like, how many hours did I spend looking at the MLB standings every day and looking at the top performers of the previous day or your league leaders? Like that would take up an entire page, and we would probably study it. I would.
It was cool to be in the paper. I don't think it'll be the last time our show makes an appearance. Wink, wink. I hear a lot of good things about our show up and to the right, so that's always exciting, but it was cool to be in the paper. One quick paper story, and then we could get to the baseball card. I've never told this story before. So when I moved out to Boston, big paper here is the Boston Globe, and Judd Surratt at the time was calling play-by-play for the Bruins, and one of the columnists for the Globe named Kevin DuPont called me out of nowhere one day, and I answered. I said, "Hello." He said, "Sam, Kevin DuPont, Boston Globe." Okay. So we talked for a little bit, and having a good conversation. He's asking questions. Where am I from? What do I do? All this stuff. Well, turns out Easter Sunday, Kevin DuPont has the lead story. This is 2021. So if you were to open the Boston Globe sports section on Easter Sunday, it's me, like the front page. And I didn't know that was coming. Like, I was very surprised. Everybody was excited. Everybody was pumped. People were like, "Wow, look at this story." I had a bunch of people at work like, "Hey, this is awesome." Because at the time, Nesson wasn't advertising sports betting. The only person that didn't like the story was the head of our PR department, who called me up and was like, "Did you go in the paper this weekend?" I was like, well, yeah. I mean, they wrote a story about our department. I thought it was pretty good pub. So, like, you're supposed to, like, go through me? It's like the Californians. Remember Chris Big on SNL? Like, the Californians? She was, so, like, from now on, like, if anybody, like, reaches out to you, like, you have to, like, go through me. And I don't appreciate you going around my back to get in the paper. And I was like, okay.
I answered my phone.
Sorry, I get, like, I just, like, some people
answered
just
my
suck.
phone. I didn't go around your back.
Just suck. Be happy because nobody else is giving us coverage. And yeah, we're in the front page of the Boston Globe as a team. And you want to make this about you? Give me a break, dude.
Maybe do your job so I don't have to. Maybe you should be working to get us in the paper or some kind of publicity. Yeah, people, they think it makes them look bad.
She emailed my boss and ratted me out too.
Oh my God. Did you actually get in trouble for it or no?
No, but she tried. She tried to get me in trouble.
Yeah.
For
Stupid.
getting attention on our station. Positively.
Because she was not doing her job, right? She's not getting stories, creating stories.
Like, I would appreciate if you would, like, not go around my back.
Power trip. Totally on a power trip. Like, no,
Mhm.
you don't control me. I don't work for you, so leave me alone. Sorry, you're not my boss. Anyways, I think people can relate to that. Like, people that are not their bosses, like thinking they have power over you and they can tell you what to do. Like, no, I don't answer to you. Get out of my face. Right? I think we've all dealt with people like that. Anyways. All right, MLB card for today. I got a full card, bunch of interleague matchups as well. Do you have anything circled heading into today?
Yeah, I circled. I'm going to go back to Robbie Ray here. We talked about playing him last week against Chicago. He was like plus 135, plus 140. Got it done. Now he's home, and he's a very, very small dog against Jake's guy, Fott, for the Diamondbacks. So AZ open, basically flat, minus 110 each way. I see MGM has Arizona minus 115. So a little bit of a move toward the D-backs, but then you got a couple other places that are minus 107. So let's just call it a virtual coin flip consensus line. I'll take the Giants here. Give me Ray. I think he's been pitching really well, not to fall victim of recent success, but I still think he's underpriced in the market. And the Giants as a team, man, I mean, I've seen them be a dog like 5 of the last 9 games, and they're 6 games over 500. Now, they've lost 4 in a row. I understand all that. But I think Ray at this price at home is a good bet. I'll be on the Giants tonight for sure.
Okay. That makes sense to me. I do like that one. And if you look at some of the metrics for Fott too, after 8 starts on the season, yes. 6-2. He's got a 3.28 ERA. Is that telling the entire story? Not so sure. His expected ERA 5.56. So maybe we see a little bit of regression there on the negative side for Fott. So I do like that. I'm looking at this Red Sox game and want to get your thoughts. I know you've faded Bayo in the past. Detroit, the way that they've been playing this season, one of the top run differentials in all of baseball. And if you look at Bayo's number, let's see, through 4 starts, a 2.01 ERA. But is that the kind of guy that we're going to see moving forward? I would think not. The FIP is 5.57. The expected ERA 5.56. Both of those metrics screaming that no, he's not pitching anywhere close to an ERA sitting 2. So I like rolling with the Tigers here as a short home dog.
So Bayo, I faded a lot last year. I haven't actually bet against him this year. I've been waiting for the chance to do it, and this could be it. I mean, you've been teasing it for a while here, and I remember his last start was last Thursday against Texas. He went 4 2/3, 4 hits, 5 walks. And you'd think, wow, what did he give up? 3, 4? No, he gave up none. Somehow got out of there again. He is pitching so below his stats right now.
Yeah.
And you get the expected ERA and all that. He should not be favored on the road. Should not be. Has not pitched well. The walks are a problem. I mean, this guy has walked 3, 3, 5, and 1 in his 4 starts. He's getting hit 4, 4, 6, and 4. The only thing he's not doing is giving up runs. And the team is 4-0 when he starts. He's been one of the luckiest pitchers in baseball this year.
Yep. You've got Pittsburgh as a massive dog. Let's see. The number of $2 favorites is staggering. We're just going down the line. Mets, 250. Braves, 235. Cubs, 250. Reds, $2 against the White Sox. Texas, 235 against Colorado. San Diego, $2 against the Angels. Dodgers, $2 against the Athletics. Like, if you want to roll with some of those favorites just on the money line, you have plenty of options today.
I wanted to ask about the Rockies. We don't really have enough time here. I know the Rockies are obviously in action, but a friend of a friend listens to the show.
Uh-huh.
He got an email address for the owner in Colorado and sent him an email I have a copy of the email. I want to read it later on in the show. It's very funny. Yes.
Stop it.
It's here's the subject of the email. Sell, you rat.
I have a guess who this is.
Oh, I don't know.
Sell?
I don't know the guy.
Oh, you don't know. You don't know him.
No. He's a friend of a friend, but he emailed the owner, sell, you rat.
All caps? Please tell me all caps.
No, it's not.
I need to hear this email. We'll get to that coming up. Also, where's the room on the NBA tonight? You've got the BetMGM Network.
flavor. Where's the room?
That's what's BetMGM Network. Was the rumor true yesterday during this very segment that Kate said, "Are we in the room?" Was that the response?
I think so. Yeah. Kate had some doozies yesterday. At one point, Kate and I had a side bet, and she said we were talking about punishments for the bet. She won the bet, by the way, and I will pay it off at the end of the show. She said, "Well, what don't you like? Cottage cheese." I mean, there's not a lot of things I don't like. So after I said I don't like cottage cheese, Kate goes, "Oh, well, you can eat cottage cheese as a punishment." I don't have cottage cheese because I don't like it. Why would I have cottage cheese if I don't like it? So I think the punishment, we never really got a real punishment. Paul, you have the verdict here, and you're going to join us anyway for Where's the Room. I don't know what the punishment was. She said I can give her a 2-minute speech on how great she is, which I don't know that I got 2 minutes on that, but I can
2 minutes.
I can oblige maybe 30 seconds or something. 2 minutes is a long time. It's a lot of content to fill.
It's a long time.
She won though. Yeah. She had Edmonton. I had Vegas. Kate the Great won. Sammy P 0. But yeah, what she said, she's like, "Oh, you can eat cottage cheese." I don't have cottage cheese because I don't like it.
I'm going to ask something, and I already know the answer because it's going to be Gertch. But does anybody even like cottage cheese? I always look at it, I'm like, who buys this? And
I don't hate it. No, it's like if you get like if you want like a yogurt alternative in the morning. No, the chive cottage cheese, it's not bad. It's not bad for a little like breakfast hit. Like something small in the morning, some protein. It's not terrible.
It's awful. What are you talking about? Cottage cheese blows, dude.
Do you like yogurt? Do you like sour cream? It's basically like those with chunks. Like it's not.
Right. Don't say that.
That's so much worse. That's so much worse.
It's the texture thing.
But like, I'm not talking about the fruit chunks. The fruit cottage cheese with the chunks. That's gross. But just like cottage cheese, it's just cottage cheese. There's not that much to it. There's not much to hate.
He doesn't like the kernels. That's what he does.
I can tell you a story off air. You'll never eat cottage cheese again, but we can't talk about it on the show.
Yeah.
I'm with Sam on this. I had a roommate who would eat cottage cheese by the spoonful just in front of the fridge. And I was about to physically assault him at one point because I was like, "Stop. Don't stop doing this when I'm around you."
Like Gertch add some salt and pepper to it. We're the non-fruit variety. If you eat cottage cheese fruit, like that's a different conversation. That's crazy. But add a little salt and pepper or some like hot sauce. Just give it a little flavor. It's fine. It's fine.
This is the most uncomfortable I've ever seen, Sam. This is the most visibly uncomfortable I've ever seen. This is wild.
No.
Let's call up Kate. Have her call it and talk about cottage cheese. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the punishment.
If you want to like some people are afraid of the boogeyman, I'm afraid of cottage cheese. Don't put it near me.
I am surprised that of all the things you consume and put into your body, this is the worst.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Is this related to like a day after, like a night out or something? That's what I'm wondering.
No, it's not. I can't tell the story on the show. Cannot.
Cottage cheese guy.
Where's the room? Let's put this on.
The room is split on cottage cheese. I believe.
Celtics Knicks. It was 0-5, but T-Wolves Warriors. It was 4-1. Wow, there was a -150 and under Jalen Brunson rebounds. He goes over with 5. So that was bad. Where are we at tonight, Paul? As far as these NBA games go.
All right, so. Again, kind of these, by the way, text from Kate Constable. She has a lot of thoughts on cottage cheese. We'll see if we get some of those thoughts in text form. All right. So
Friday she's doing the show with me, right? She'll be back Friday?
Yes. Yep.
She'll be here Friday. Yep.
All right.
I will give the Kate speech at the end of the show, by the way, today. So I'm working on it.
Okay. And a Taylor Mathis comment.
Oh, I got that. I'm ready for that whenever you want.
Number 5. Donovan Mitchell, under 32.5 total points and rebounds at -110. Okay. Max Strus, Sam's guy, under 5.5 rebounds, -115. Jared Allen, under 13.5 points, -125. Now, here we go. We can circle this one. Mathurin under 3.5 rebounds, -145. If he gets ejected again, maybe.
Over.
And Jared Allen, the number one most bet prop at BetMGM for Pacers and Cavs, most popular player prop. Not easy to say. Jared Allen under 26.5 total points, rebounds, and assists at -125.
What? All unders. Everything under.
Yes.
I'm shocked. What is the reason for this? Are they just staying away from a lot of Mitchell stuff? So the Mitchell was points and rebounds. The most juiced one you said was Mathurin, -145. Nothing else even close to that territory, correct?
The -125 for the 2 Jared Allens, but nothing, no, not close.
So usually, from what I can remember, when the room double dips against a player or on a player, this one is against because it's under. Usually that guy tends to have a bigger game. So they went not only under on points, but then under on PRA. I am fully expecting Jared Allen to have 15 and 15 tonight. Full disclosure. Like, I think he's going to have a big game. The room is usually wrong when they double up on or against a player.
And
yesterday was Brunson
basically
rebounds and threes, I think.
And he went
They're
off.
not saying they're thinking Pacers win this game. That's fading
what I
for
from
props.
it too.
The Pacers. Look, I know sharp guys on the Pacers, but the Pacers are going to be a very popular side. No doubt. That said, though, line open 7. You got Circa at 8. You got Chris at 8. You got Pinnacle 7.5. South Point at 8. So a lot of these respected books having open 7 are either 7.5 or 8. So that's worth understanding that money is moving against Indiana, despite Indiana smelling blood in the water. Indiana, that's a lot of points. I don't know. I would need more on Indiana. Like, if they rule Mitchell in and it moves to 9 or 9.5, I would be in. I don't like 7.5. I want a little bit more.
Yeah, the -145, the second most popular one, that would probably be one to go opposite. But that's a good point on Jared Allen. When they are that much against the guy, a lot of times ends up having a good performance. And to pick out two different props, but they're related to the same thing, both involving points, maybe that would be the way to go.
And just because this is what I looked at yesterday with Brunson and the threes, if you did like an alt, which it was just 4 instead of over 2.5, that was like +240. So Mathurin, you want to do 5+ rebounds, +195. Just a thought there.
You did call it on the Brunson alt. That was a good move to zig while everybody's egged.
I mean, you brought up the volume, and the volume's been there all series, so that was kind of what pushed me there. So, moving on to a group team effort, unlike our cottage cheese discussion. For the late game, Nuggets and Thunder. All right, number 5. We haven't seen this guy on this list that much. Jokic, over 27.5 points, is the 5th most popular prop at BetMGM, -115. Number 4, Hartenstein, over 20.5 total points and rebounds at -105. Here's our rando and pricey rando. Christian Braun, under 2.5 assists at -165.
All right, we'll get back to that one for sure.
Yeah. Okay. And then another big name for 2 and 1 in order. SGA, number 2, SGA over 13.5 total assists and rebounds at -110. Number 1, SGA over 7.5 assists by itself at -118.
Everything about the Braun one is funny. The player, the actual prop, and the price. All three of those are equally funny.
What is that? Under 2.5 assists for Braun. So he averaged 2.5 assists all season long, 2.6 to be exact. And guess what? The last 3 games he's gone. Last 3 games of the series he's gone under. He went over in the first game. He had 3. But if we go to the Clippers series, he went over in 3 of the last 4 games. So I understand why this is the number, but they see the 0, the 1, and the 2 most recently, even though he's logging heavy minutes and they want to go under. Yeah, not me. No chance. This is, and to lay minus 165 when he's right around that number most of the time, I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't either, especially at minus 160. I don't know that it's the best part of that trifecta there, but random player, random prop. Oh, minus 160. Gotta lay it.
Yeah.
Also, just worth mentioning, I guess, because I Googled Christian Braun. Apparently, his mom is getting a lot of hot mom love in the tabloids after being shown on
I remember in the draft.
The other day.
I think when he was drafted, that was a thing. I don't know why I would remember that, but yeah, I think
I know why.
I know why you would.
Yeah, I have a couple of reasons why you'd remember that.
I think so.
Now I need to Google Christian Braun mom. And Braun is spelled like Braun, like Ryan Braun.
Yes.
Braun.
First thing you see when you Google it is tweets from draft night. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I see it. She's attractive.
Sam. Yes. Like, we don't have to downplay this. She's hot.
She's wearing a napkin on draft night. Like, okay, that's a choice. That's a vibe.
Maybe it's a Lisa thing. Lisa Wilson, Zach Wilson's mom, Lisa Braun. I don't know. That's my contribution. Any other Where's the Room thoughts?
No, but we do need.
She only has
Kate's
3,900 followers on Instagram. So
3,901.
Kate's thoughts on cottage cheese later on in the show.
Paul's a fan of Lisa Braun.
No, I'm saying you. I'm saying you were 3,901.
Whole show.
Paul's 3,902.
Network follows. Yeah, exactly. Derek Carty, Major League Baseball, next on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. BetMGM Network.
Joe O, Sammy P with you, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern Time, weekdays right here on the BetMGM Network. You've got Bet Sweats, Bet_Sweats on X. And now joining us here on the show, going to talk some Major League Baseball. We've got Derek Carty at Derek Carty on X. Does plenty of Major League Baseball, of course, NFL Fantasy Insight. NFL back in the news this week with some of the schedule release. But as far as Derek goes, he's the creator of the bat projections that we love to discuss. Derek, I want to start with something that's kind of non-numbers related, and it's just so silly, and I'm sure you're going to give a similar reaction to the news at what we've seen over the last week. You have awful teams, awful organizations, cheap ownerships that decide, let's blame the manager again and again. And the reason I want to bring this up to you is not like, is there ever any kind of a managerial change bump? Because probably not. Maybe it's like for a day or something like that. Oh, we got to be on our P's and Q's, or we might lose our jobs, or we might get sent down. Just it's a debate that's gone on forever. And I don't know that we've ever gotten anywhere closer to reality, to knowing the value of a manager. I remember the Cubs run when they had Joe Madden, and he was the toast of the town, and he opens up his restaurant, which was closed like a year or two after opening it. Just like people trying to figure out the value of a manager, and you would hear such wildly different opinions. Like people that are normally really smart with baseball were making the case that he was worth 9 wins. I'm like, are you insane? That is not how it works. They're winning because of Chris Bryant and Kyle Schwarber and some of the elite pitching that year. Where are you on the value of a manager? And do you have a number that you've come up with, or a range on the good managers to the bad managers in today's games?
Yeah, I think there's kind of two components to managers. You have the tactical stuff, which is measurable. How do they handle their bullpen? Do they intentionally walk guys? Do they sacrifice bunt? Like, do they do the strategic stuff correctly? Generally, that's not going to add, I wouldn't think, more than, add or subtract a win or two, maybe. And then you have kind of the way they handle the clubhouse and what can they get out of their players and how can they understand, the personal side of the game. And that's completely unquantifiable. Joe Madden, in my opinion, was a pretty terrible tactical manager. Certainly added nowhere near 9 wins. I think the Cubs, from just a pure tactical standpoint, were lucky to win the World Series that year. They had Joe Madden. He did everything he could to stop them from winning it. Where he potentially had value is the other side of it that we can't quantify. So maybe he brought value there. Tactically, he did not.
Game
7, he almost lost himself.
Well, but I covered that team, Derek, and they got Chapman. Yeah. I don't remember exactly when. It was before the deadline. They traded Starlin Castro to the Yankees, and they got Chapman. And granted, the Cubs were juicing the gun, but Chapman's first appearance at Wrigley, he was throwing 103, 104. And if you go back to that playoff run, NLCS World Series, Chapman's throwing like 94. Now, it's easier to throw in the middle of summer in the heat than it is to throw in October, but Joe threw Chapman into the freaking ground, man. And Chapman gave up the home run to Rajai Davis. And, there was a lot of conversation around town because Joe and I, we lived it. We were right in the middle of it. His bullpen management was very poor. And I think, managers that know how to pinch run, make defensive changes in the 8th and 9th inning, and manage the bullpen. Those are the things that matter to me. Everything else is just whatever. To me, it's pinch running, situational running, defense, and bullpen. That's where I'm at. What about you?
Yeah, that's kind of the stuff that is more quantifiable, and that type of stuff obviously matters. And I don't think Madden was particularly good at some of that. But yeah, so ultimately, I don't think managers are really adding more than a couple of wins, once you consider everything. But like we said, there are aspects that you really just can't quantify. And without actually knowing the managers personally, there's really no way to know who's good at it and who isn't.
Yeah. just it was worth bringing up because we see the Pirates, what they do last week, they fire their manager. Like that's suddenly going to make them score runs. And then, of course, the Rockies over the weekend, they get embarrassed and they change their manager. So that's just the reason there.
Bud Black was definitely the problem there. It had nothing
100%.
to do with the talent on the roster or the front office that refuses to use analytics. None of that. It's all about the manager.
If he wants to manage again, he will. I don't think anybody would doubt Bud Black and what he's able to do, the kind of a baseball man that he is, and the respect that he brings to a clubhouse. But anyways, let's get to some of the numbers out there, Derek. And we got our first MLB.com Cy Young poll. And on the American League side, it's not all that shocking. It's in line with the favorite. So the majority of votes go to Skubal, Fried is second, and Crochet third. Maybe that would surprise some people because we've seen Crochet higher in the odds. But I think the more interesting conversation is over on the National League side, because what the odds are saying is not in line quite with the poll, because you've got, let's use BetMGM numbers, for example, Paul Skeens as a favorite. Skeens is always going to get a little bit of extra love. But depending where you look, favorite to almost a co-favorite Yamamoto. But the MLB.com voting is Yamamoto in a landslide. 22 first-place votes for Yamamoto, only 3 for Skeens. So what do you think about this big picture National League Cy Young race?
Well, I think when I was on here a couple weeks ago, I think I promoted the Yamamoto pick. I think he was like 18-1 or something at that point. So I'm feeling really good about that bet right now. At this point, I don't see a lot of value on him or Skeens, but I do see a lot of value on guys down the board. Chris Sale in particular, 40-1 right now for the reigning Cy Young winner, who's the same guy. Like, he's had some bad luck this year, but he's not a fundamentally different pitcher. Chris Sale projects as the best pitcher in the National League over the rest of the season. And you're getting him at 40-1, which is just insane. Logan Webb at 12-1 has been, if you look at Fangraphs WAR, the most valuable pitcher in the National League so far this year. And he projects, to be very high going forward. 12-1 is crazy for him, especially for a team that has a chance to make the playoffs. So those are the kind of bets that I would be looking at here, as opposed to a Yamamoto or a Skeens at this point. Loved Yamamoto when we get him at 15-1.
I'm looking at some of these numbers on Aaron Judge, and it's staggering, man. So Sarah Langs put this out the other day. This was on May 11th, Sunday. He has comparable numbers to Mickey Mantle, Jimmy Fox, Manny Ramirez in terms of his batting average and 14-plus homers in the first 40 games. So that's, again, Mantle, Fox, and Manny is pretty crazy. And then the other stat on Judge, he's hitting, he's leading the majors in hitting right now. Guys like Aaron Judge don't hit 414. They hit 260 or 270. And of course, as we always bring it back to betting, Derek, you look at the board, BetMGM has Judge minus 1,600. I see minus 2,000 at a couple places. How do you put into words what he has done this year so far?
I mean, he's been fantastic. There's, you basically said it. You look at any number you want, any narrative, anything, and Aaron Judge has been amazing. I think minus 1,600 is insane. There's zero chance I would ever bet that, because all you need is one injury and you lose. And that's just more likely than what you're getting with those odds. But yeah, I mean, as long as he's healthy, Aaron Judge is the favorite. He should be. He's great. There's nothing I can say against Aaron Judge.
Are we just in a situation on the AL side, if it's not Judge, it's Witt? Is that where we're at?
I think there's a case to be made for some other guys, but Witt would certainly be at the top of that list. Yeah.
Okay. All right. What about on the National League side? If you look at Fangraphs WAR, your leader on the NL side is Corbin Carroll at 2.7. Tatis right there, and Tatis is the second favorite. And Ohtani is the favorite overall. It's shocking if you mentioned Fangraphs WAR earlier, to see Pete Crow Armstrong being that high, but with his speed and defense, that's what he brings you with some of the metrics. He's going to rank highly, but we understand, look, Yeah, you can find him out there at 75-1. He's not the MVP. Ohtani, every time I see a story about the pitching, like, nah, later. A couple months. Maybe later. I'm like, we're probably going to go through this. Like, what would the reason be for him to pitch in the second half of the season? Maybe to get him ready for the playoffs, and that would be it. So maybe it's a time to look at some other guys not named Ohtani. What do you think?
Yeah, I kind of, they keep pushing that timetable back. I think the most recent is after the All-Star break, some vague time to be determined. It's the Dodgers. They're not really going to need him to make the playoffs or to win the division. So yeah, I could see that. Obviously, Ohtani's great. Plus 150, not odds I'm really into. I would much rather go down the board for some other guys. Matt Chapman is a guy that projects as a top 10 guy in WAR rest of season, according to the BetX. So I actually want to see where his odds are at, but I would have to think you're getting him at like 40-1 at least, something like that.
BetMGM has a 200.
200? Yeah, give me that. I'll take that.
Hold on. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Yeah, there's a couple 200s out there. Okay. All right, we're going to have to do something here in the next 5 minutes because once one of us bets it, it's going to move a little bit. I mean, it doesn't take much. That's not a brag. You make a bet at 200-1 for $100.
Yeah.
That's decent liability. While we're betting Chapman, I wanted to ask you about what you thought about this. So I got a buddy who's very good at betting baseball. He makes his own models. He loves dogs. He texted me the other day, my stupid model makes me keep betting the Rockies and the White Sox. And I mean, he looks at the prices and, he makes it plus 180 and then the Rockies are plus 240. And mathematically speaking, he sees a 60-cent edge. And then he watches the game and the Rockies lose 12-2 or whatever. Have you run into anything like that this year or in years past where there's value, but you just can't get there because of how bad either a team or a pitcher is?
Yeah, I'm running into the exact same thing this year. The BetX keeps saying there's value on the Rockies, there's value on the White Sox. Hasn't really panned out yet, but historically you have teams like this, and it does. Like last year going into the season, the Oakland A's were kind of the team that everyone's like, oh man, this team is so terrible, they're going to be awful. And there's value on them, and it wound up working out. Like bad teams often have value, and if you put them all together over the course of the year, over the course of multiple years, a lot of times you're going to make money when those guys are showing value. The thing is, the Rockies and the White Sox have been like so historically bad, and the odds being offered are basically telling us that like, okay, if they keep being this historically bad, these are the odds that they should be, but chances are they're not going to be this historically bad. The Rockies right now have a 171 win percentage. Only two teams in Major League Baseball history have been worse, and both of them were in the 1890s. The worst modern win percentage team in the modern era has been 235, and that was back in 1916. Like, it's just insane how bad the Rockies have been. Like, they can't continue to be this bad. FanDuel right now, I don't know what MGM has them at, but I was looking earlier. They have a 42.5 win total for the Rockies, which implies a 293 rest of season win percentage. Only 3 teams in the last 60 years have been that bad. And we're getting these guys at like plus 225, plus 250 daily. They have to either be one of the worst teams we've literally ever seen, or we're being offered value. Those are the options.
With Derek Carr to talk some MLB, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. You've got Bet Sweats right here on the BetMGM network. Derek, we've got about a minute or so. Anything as far as today that you find actionable? What are you liking on today's card?
Well, I'm seeing some value on the Rockies money line.
Oh, God, get out.
Yeah. I mean, if the Rockies are too bad for you, I see a little value on the Nationals, on the A's, and on the Pirates too. Bad teams against good teams. That is a common theme, I think, for sharp bettors and for if you're looking at moneyline bets. So, the A's you're getting at 170 or so, and they should be. My model has them plus 132 as the fair price. So you're getting some value usually on the stuff that looks gross.
Yep, no doubt about it. We were talking about it earlier. I mean, the number of $2 favorites today is staggering. We're not talking about great teams that are, minus 235, minus 250 out there today. So some good looks there from Derek Hardy at Derek Hardy on X. Check out his work. Follow him there on social media. He's the creator of the bat. He's got his own projection system. He's telling you, Matt Chapman, 200 to 1. That is worth a poke. With so much baseball to go for the NL MVP. Thank you, Derek. Let's do it again sometime soon. On the other side, we'll go out to Las Vegas, check in with Jeff Sherman, talk about the NBA playoffs, and also golf right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Network, Joe O, Sammy P with you till the top of the hour. We'll get to our lightning bets coming up in about 20 minutes. But it is the NBA and golf time of the year. So there's no better guess than Jeff Sherman at Golf Odds on X over at the Superbook out in Vegas. He's the VP of Risk, makes all the golf numbers, and does the same with the NBA. Jeff, it's your time of year. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. A lot of fun right now.
Yeah.
Well, it was fun until my Celtics to win the series bet crashed and died last night, Jeff. I don't know that I've ever bet on a team that has blown a 20-point lead, a 20-point lead, and a 14-point lead all within the same series. I'm trying to rationalize that I made a good bet and they screwed me, but maybe I did make a bad bet. How do you assess the Celtics in this series right now?
Yeah, it's frustrating, everything that you just described there. I had the Celtics plus 140 to win the East, which now you can find 9-1 with them playing without Tatum going forward. So I wouldn't recommend that at all. But it's like you said, it's surprising to see the leads that they blew at home, not even coming away with one win there. And then with what happened last night, and as well as Tatum was playing, then he got injured and just went awry. Now they're in a really tough bind here. And I know the spread has been adjusted quite a bit, more so than what Tatum has actually worked to the spread. But I think a lot of that has to do with the emotional state of the rest of the team right now. As Al Horford was saying, that this is bigger than just losing that game last night with Tatum's injury. So you might have an emotional, a challenge for the Celtics to get out for this one.
We're going to have a lot of chatter about injuries in the offseason. But the thing is, with these teams, I don't know that that's the real reason that they're probably going to have early exits here. After sitting here, we also Cleveland and Boston. Let's just zoom past these first couple rounds, get us to that conference finals. And the most likely scenario, Jeff, is that neither team is going to be there. Where are you with the current series prices? And want to get your thoughts as it's just trying to actually settle in. Whoa. I think the Eastern Conference Finals is going to be the Pacers and the Knicks.
Yeah, I mean, we're sitting at Pacers minus $3 against Cleveland and the Knicks minus $5 against Boston. So like you said, probability-wise, very likely. So it's interesting because, I mean, I set my futures up over the year to have Cleveland and Boston coming out of the East, and now that blew up on me. So, but it's, we've seen this before, that this series, if it gets to that point, took place last year, and the Knicks would have home court if they play Indiana next round, and we would price out about New York $1.40 in that series. So you'd expect a competitive one, but nothing like we had anticipated with a possible Boston-Cleveland.
Who do you need to knock out more, Indy or New York?
It's not bad. We do well in the conferences on both of them, and we have a little bit of liability on each, but nothing overwhelming. The one thing that we do need to go through is Oklahoma City, because their odds were so short all year that we're in prime position on them for conference and title. And if they were to falter, then we'd be a little bit tight on our title markets. So we're pulling for Oak City to at least win some games and come through.
With Jeff Sherman, Superbook VP of Risk, right here on BetSweats, the BetMGM network. And Jeff, take us where you're at on Pacers Cavs. Not only the number, but how have we arrived at this number when you have the star of the Cavs, Mitchell, listed as a game time decision with the left ankle injury?
Yeah, I mean, it's shorter than what it would be if he was 100%. He's expected to play. It just came across, he went through shoot around, so if it was regular season, he'd miss it, but he's likely going to play. Now, we're sitting at 7.5 on Cleveland, like I said, a few points short versus if he were 100%. And when it comes to the player props, we have other Cavaliers up, but we didn't use him because, I mean, if you see out there, you might find upper 20s on his number, but, he could be out there just as a decoy, just struggling through things, and the production might not be there. And from a defensive standpoint, if I was looking to play it, I would either look to play under or not play it at all in a high number like that, because more likely than not, he shouldn't be playing. but giving it a go, and the number is, it's an in-between number of him and being out, but we've seen support both ways for this. Right when we opened it, we had sharp money take 7.5, and then when we got to 6.5, we had another sharp group lay 6.5. So we're back to 7.5, and we'll see what the bettors go from there.
You helped me with a story a couple of weeks ago for Fox. We were talking about the price on Luka, LeBron, and the Lakers going forward because people bet it no matter what, as you know. I don't need to tell you that. But in that story, you mentioned two teams that you were excited to see the offseason for. One of them was Houston. The other one was San Antonio. I imagine it gets even more interesting now that the Spurs have the number 2 pick in the draft, huh?
Oh, I mean, both those teams have so many assets that they can trade away to get involved in Giannis. And, let's not forget, too, depending on how this season goes, if Oklahoma City were to fall short of winning a title, they have as many assets as anybody, too, if they wanted to get involved. So, but their odds are going to be so short next year in the 2-to-1 range. Those other teams you can find, upwards near 20-to-1. And I think they'll both be aggressive enough that come the start of next season that they'll each be less than that. Those are two teams that have so many good young players and assets to trade that I think there's only upside to betting them right when the numbers come out.
If you're Milwaukee, is this your best opportunity? The best spot? We've seen this so many times where the superstar player forces their way out. We don't know if we're going to get there with Giannis, but that's the feeling. Just looking at the future for the Milwaukee Bucks and the lack of assets that they do have. Is this their best time to strike if that does happen?
I don't think there's any question about it because they would have an open bidding for him, unlike what Dallas did with Luka. And they would get such a haul, and these teams would be so aggressive that they would get much more than the Knicks gave up for Michael Bridges. So there's no question that this is the direction they should go. That's what I would do if I was in that position because Lillard out for next year. They're going to be 100-to-1 next year if they bring everything back as is. The teams at the East outside of Boston with Tatum's injury, but it's still going to be a tough go for them to get past anybody. So I would look to get what you can now before he gets too much further down the road. If you were to let his contract expire, I mean, he's 30 now. You're talking 33 and less value on the trade market at that point than you can get now. So I would look to move on from him if I was Milwaukee and get an incredible bidding process going.
I'd like to turn the page, talk a little golf here with you. We do have the PGA coming up starting on Thursday at Quail Hollow. I know you got a good number on Justin Thomas, 24-to-1, but you can still find 20, 22 on JT. I thought he played really well last weekend. You bet him before that, obviously, but a couple guys that we really respect here on the show are kind of pushing us towards JT. What have you seen recent form-wise that makes you excited?
I had him in the Masters too, and I just seen it coming around over the last few months with him, and he's been knocking on the door but hadn't put 4 rounds quite together yet. And then a few weeks ago, he won the RBC Heritage right after the Masters. He came through in a playoff, got the win off his belt. So, he's right there, and, he won 2 PGA championships, the last one being at Quail Hollow in 2017. So course form, familiarity with him. He's right there. Now he obviously has to overcome some real high quality at the top with Scotty Scheffler back in form off his win at the Byron Nelson, McIlroy finishing off the career Grand Slam and going to a place here that Spieth calls Rory McIlroy Country Club since McIlroy's won 4 times on tour here. So you look at the guys at the top and a lot to overcome, but when you can get down the board, anyone over 20-to-1, I think he's one of the guys that you can take aim at.
Jeff, which guys are you getting some sharp outright play on?
We took a collection from a sharp player yesterday where they bet McIlroy, Scheffler, Thomas, and DeChambeau against the field at plus 130, and we're down to even money. And besides that, individually, we've seen some sharp on Corey Connors, Daniel Berger, Connors at 60 and 80-to-1. Berger at 80-to-1. So those two guys a little bit longer. Those two guys that I played myself too, a little bit higher than that, but we've seen support to drive their numbers down. And then if you look in the top of the odds board, you've seen a lot of movement over the last few days on Bryson DeChambeau, where he was 12-1, and now he's universally less than double digits, 8 to 9-1 range, and that was pretty much sharp driven on the market.
Man, you know who else is playing really well? Shane Lowry. I'm wondering how they're betting Shane with you. Not to be a prisoner of the moment. It's not just last weekend. I mean, he's got a T11, a 7, a T8, a T12. He was second at Pebble Beach. He's had a really solid season so far. I imagine that if maybe you haven't taken money, I imagine you've moved that number on your end of the counter.
A little bit. I mean, he was 50 going into last week where he threatened and didn't go lower than that. The one thing that I'm leery about is he's played a lot of golf lately, and he looks like he's getting mentally exhausted. You know, after the Masters, he played the Heritage. Then he played the Zurich with McIlroy. And then last week, and he's just been playing a lot of top-quality golf and hasn't cracked through, and it looks like it might be taking its toll on him. So I'm a little bit leery if he can actually have the fortitude to stay with it for 4 days this week.
What has the schedule change that they decided to do years ago, moving this to May? What has it done for action with you guys as these 4 majors, or maybe no change at all, just removing it from late in the year?
Well, it's bumped up the PGA handle from where it was when it was in August, but it hasn't surpassed the order of how we handle on the majors, going from the Masters, which is double the U.S. Open, and then the Open Championship, and the PGA will still be last. It is the smallest handle one we do. But like I said, it is a greater handle at this time with the fluidity of the 4 majors than had it been in August, coming up right near football season.
If you had to take either Scotty or Rory, a lot of listeners wanting to know, are you higher on Scheffler or McIlroy heading into this weekend?
I'm slightly higher on Scheffler. I mean, I know it was a weaker field, but it looks like he's motivated because a lot of people have been doubting against his year that he had last year, and he really thrashed that field at Byron Nelson. And the thing I'm leery about with McIlroy, his odds are so over-accounted for at the 9-2 range, 5-1 range that he's at now. Having won here 4 times, coming off the Masters win, a lot of people think that he'll be able to play this more freely now that he has the Grand Slam off his back. But, you know, I saw something similar where when he went to Royal Portrush a few years ago, and the expectations were so high because it's a course he knows so well in Northern Ireland. And I believe he missed the cut there. And I'm not saying he's going to play poorly or miss the cut this week, but having won here 4 times, everyone thinks it's going to be so easy for him going out again. And I'm a little bit leery when it looks too easy from that perspective, where I think you have a highly motivated Scheffler this week because there was a lot of talk of doubt with how his game started the year off as.
Couple more minutes. Jeff Sherman of the Superbook. And Jeff, you don't just make the odds for the Superbook. You also mentioned that you play yourself. There's some bets that you have made or that you're looking to make. You've mentioned a couple. Give us your full list. Which guys do you like for this week?
Well, I'm on Justin Thomas at 24, Tyrrell Hatton at 75. You know, he's just he'd been playing well on Live, a little bit less so lately, but 75 I thought was a number to grab on him. I mean, he's quality enough that 40 to 50 used to be the range you'd find him in a tournament like this. Corey Connors at 82, Daniel Berger at 112, and a little bit longer on the list, Aaron Rai at 249-1. You know, he's been a golfer that's been in some quality fields in the 50 to 60-1 range over the last few weeks. And to find him up over 200-1, I thought was a decent value. So taking my shot with those 5 at this moment.
All right, good stuff. Jeff Sherman at Golf Odds over on X Superbook in Vegas, VP of Risk. Golf Odds Maker also does their numbers on the NBA. Jeff, thank you so much for joining us here on Bet Sweats.
Anytime. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it. Jeff Sherman, good stuff from him. Got the full list, man. He's always going to have whatever bet he gives out. He has a better number than you guys, but he's not the worst guy in the world to tail.
I got a funny story about that. Humans and I were busting Jeff's chops when we were both at the wing joint in Vegas, and I walked up to Humans and I go, "Hey, why does Sherman always have the best number?" And he's like, "Don't get me started." It's very funny, very funny.
Does he have a conspiracy theory or something? But he's watching these nonstop. He's watching the numbers nonstop. Yeah,
Jeff knows what he's doing, but we'll tell it on the other side. It's very.
I love it. 249. You don't hear a lot of people say I got 249. Joe O, Sammy P, Lightning Bets on the other side. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Plenty of preview of the PGA Championship coming your way tomorrow, and we'll be following along, talking about it on Thursday and Friday as well. But Sammy P, the quote of the week belongs to Hunter Mahan, and I don't. There's nothing close. It might be the quote of the year heading into any golf tournament. Here's Hunter Mahan talking about Quail Hollow. I guess I would say Quail Hollow is like a Kardashian. It's very modern, beautiful, and well kept. But it lacks a soul or character. Boom! Flamethrower. Yeah. That's strong. Like, he had to come up with that ahead of time. Just talk.
That
talk
is
with
not
caddy about it. That was said over
that
some
is
drinks
not
the night before.
Off the cuff. That is premeditated right there.
Yeah,
that has been thought out. That has been very rehearsed. And I love it, to be honest with you.
Yep. I don't mind it for a second. Now, you said that a listener or viewer of the show found the email of the Rockies owner and made sure to type something out.
So the subject of the email, it's a friend of a friend. So I don't know the guy that sent the email, but I have a screenshot of the email. Subject, sell, you rat.
Did they say bastard?
No, just rat, which is funnier. I think it's funnier.
Yeah,
and it's not
good.
like it's not a rated R email. It's very he's mad, but it's here. The body says, it sounds like something Jake would write. I will sacrifice my body like a biblical lamb to the mythical gods of Greece and Rome if you sell the team, you rat. Hire someone outside of your drinking buddies, you drunk. I'm on my hands and knees at this point.
Oh, yeah, great points. Yeah, he's not mad. He's not yelling at all. Go ahead.
Hire someone outside of your drinking buddies, you drunk, is very good. And then to wrap it up, I'm on my hands and knees at this point. This is a diehard Rockies fan who's had enough.
Oh, that's hilarious. That's phenomenal. I couldn't imagine some of the emails that owners get. Owners or just people that are available. There's no way he's reading that. The secretary sees that and deletes it immediately.
Probably. Yeah. If it was a tweet at North Carolina football, Jordan Hudson would block them. That's how it goes.
Yeah.
I also didn't get to this earlier. I wanted to. So we talk about, tough beats from time to time. Jeff Schwartz, who I work with at Fox, texted our group thread yesterday and said, you guys won't believe this. I had the first 5 under 4.5 in Cubs Marlins. This is yesterday.
Okay.
It is zeros all the way to the bottom of the 5th. So no score. He's got under 4.5. Single, homer. There's 2. Double. Out, triple, homer. 5. Dude. Can you imagine?
Yeah, I imagine. Baseball's insane. So, yeah, you had Nico Horner getting on base, the Swanson homer, Amaya double. When Amaya's doubling, you're like, oh, crap.
You're still good, though. It's only 2 after the double.
And then you get to 2 outs. Pete Crow Armstrong strikes out, and you're at 2 outs. But now we're heading into Tucker Suzuki. Triple homer. That's it.
5.
Now, you got to the heart of the lineup. You thought you were going to be able to get through the bottom of the lineup, and then it turns over and you're screwed. Man. Yeah, you got 2 outs and only 2 runs. I know.
Going into the bottom of the 5th, you're minus, I don't even know the price. You're minus 30,000 to win that bet.
Yep. Happens all the time. Brutal. Speaking of the Cubs, big Cubs fan, Taylor Mathis, you said you had a comment? I don't know what that means.
Yeah. Did you see what she did on Mother's Day?
I try to avoid it all. It finds me, but no, I did not see what she did on Mother's Day.
She put a picture up of her and her mom that's many years ago, because Taylor's not that young anymore. Taylor's also 8 months pregnant. Wow. So Taylor puts up a post of her and her mom and filters her mom on Mother's Day.
Wait, like this is was it announced that she's filtering her, or was it just
No, she just like doctored the image to make her mom look better on Mother's Day. That's what, like, a blatant filter over filter.
Oh God, it's so strange.
It's bad.
Is her mom weird. Even on social media?
I don't know. I mean, if I was gonna post a picture of, I'm not a big, like, I don't share a lot of personal, like, family and stuff like. I don't do that.
Same.
It's not my jam.
Yep.
But I would never like make my mom look like she doesn't look. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I don't know. That's just a weird thing to do on Mother's Day. No.
It's strange. I'm looking now. I see it. Yeah, she doesn't mention about the filter. Oh yeah, she. I think that's Oh yeah. Oh my God. Unless she just got out of Botox.
No,
like, there's no way.
No, there's no way. And it's such an over filter, but I think she thinks she got away with it.
No way. Yeah. Her mom's face looks just as young as hers, and she's like, what, young 20s in this picture?
The only thing that's missing from the filter is the bunny ears on top of the head. Like, that's the only thing missing. That's how badly it's filtered. Happy Mother's Day, Mom.
People are strange.
Whatever.
I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, by the way,
yeah.
Kate Constable, you win this round. We don't have 2 minutes, but you were right. I had the oil. No, wait. You had the oil. I had the Knights. My guys didn't score a single goal. Edmonton 3, Vegas nothing. Kate Constable wins this one. I will not be eating cottage cheese. That wasn't 2 minutes, but Kate the Great, well done. Well done.
Kate will be here Friday with me. Sam will be out on Friday, but Kate will be here. Always a lot of fun. I'm sure you guys had fun yesterday. Same story coming up on Friday's show right here. That's what's 9 a.m. Eastern. What about today, Sammy? Where are we going? NBA, NHL, Major League Baseball? What's the look?
I am definitely betting the Giants and Robbie Ray. Let's see the price right now. Plus, even money. Plus 100 on San Francisco. At home, Robbie Ray on the hill. And then I will piggyback on your bet that you brought up first and fade Brian Bayo. The regression is coming. If it's not today, I will martingale it until it happens. He is going to eventually lose a game, or the Red Sox will lose a game that he starts. His stats are just not real right now, and he is dodging bullets left and right, playing with fire. We can take Detroit. Also, even money. So I got 2 plus 100s for you. San Francisco and Detroit baseball.
Yeah, I don't know if this comment is actionable in any way. I'm not really, giving. I'll get to my picks in a second, but just looking at the baseball board today, that if you look at it as a whole, you look at some pitchers, some teams, maybe they shouldn't be favored as much as they are. Like, you can find the Mets with Senga at minus 275, but Keller has really good history against the Mets. You can find the Atlanta Braves minus 235, minus 225. The Cubs with Ben Brown against the Marlins, minus 250. Like, look at all these $2 favorites that we're seeing on the board today. The Rangers, they've had their struggles by and large offensively. They're up to minus 250. The Padres with Cease, minus 220. The Dodgers with Knack, minus 235. There's some big, big numbers out there. So you can either say, oh, I like those favorites to win, or you can go the opposite route. My suggestion, I think there are some dogs that are winners there. That's the way that I would go. But, we end up in agreement on 2 games today with our sides. I'm tailing you with San Francisco, and you like my play in Detroit. So we're going there. We're going to do those even money bets. But I think there are some plus money bets that are going to cash, some real big plus money bets today on the board. NBA-wise, I'll do a player prop. It sounds like Mitchell's going to play. I still like Garland. to go over. I understand why there's love on the Mitchell unders, but I'm going to go Garland over 18.5 points. That's come down a little bit. Before it seemed like Mitchell was going to play. It was at 19.5 at a lot of books. Now it's come down 18.5 without any juice there. So that's where I'm going between the two games in the association. Let's go to Paul Aspen, Jake Hassan. What are you guys doing for lightning bets, Paul?
So we talked a little bit about looking at golf yesterday. So I was not upset to hear Jeff Sherman say that Corey Connors is on his card. He, as we've talked about, I don't know if it was on the show or during a break, but got him a better number at north of 80 to 1, I think. So there's a 65 out there still. And for a top 20 plus 180. So you guys know that's the guy I've been following for much of this season. So I'll be playing Corey Connors and then looking at maybe add in a couple more tomorrow. For the record, Rico Hoey, 350 to 1 is out there. If you guys are interested, I am not, but just thought I'd mention.
My God. I can't believe he's playing in this event.
I was shocked. Control F Hoey was able to come up with something. So
yes. There you go. Done that many times. Jake?
You know who else is back in this tournament? Welcome back, Michael Block, too. We're back on that one, too.
No.
He's playing. He's playing.
Oh.
Yeah.
By the way, nice haircut, Jake. Looks good.
Thanks, man. My guy Adrian went a little shorter than I wanted, but it is what it is. He's built enough of leeway over the last couple of years, so it's fine. Speaking of the big dogs, though, or the big favorites, in what world is Ben Brown minus 250? He's got a 7.9 ERA at home this year. I know it's the Marlins, but
are you going to bet him?
I'll be betting the Marlins. I already bet the Marlins.
Okay.
On the money line, outright.
Yeah, there's quite a few games. That are jumping out. Should it be minus 250? That's pretty expensive.
Real quick. Biggest number on the board to miss the cut, Michael Block, minus 575.
Wow. 30 minutes today, Jake. We're back to that, right?
30 minutes. Got kicked back down.
All right, bet slips, bat flips. Check out Jake, 1:30 Eastern time. We'll be back tomorrow right here on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.